Howdy, howdy, hey! Welcome back to Let's Play the Talos Principle 2. Last time, last night, also last time, we successfully finished clearing out the entirety of the northern zones. And today we're beginning with our second trip into the megastructure. My goal is to hopefully get through the southern zones tonight. I'm hoping we can wrap this playthrough in 2 or 3 more streams, depending on how fast things go. Hi, Wykar. Welcome to... Hi, Wykar. Welcome back. Lovely to have you. How are you this evening? And last thing I did was release my stars. So now let's return to the VTOL. Hi, Lone Wonder. It's a pleasure as always. Good to see you as well. How's your evening? Hey, Karis.
Here we go again.
No worries.
Our main objective is to determine the relationship between the megastructure.
But you do have to
and
tell us
Athena.
what you make.
Did she find it? Did she build it? Why was she here in the first place? Explore, dig up anything you can. We need to start finding answers.
I can't imagine one person building all this.
Don't forget about Miranda. There were at least 2 of them.
I can't imagine 100 people building
Hey.
this.
Au contraire, Karis. There are few things on this planet more special than burgers and pasta.
Right, everyone.
I submit.
Have a look around, but stay in touch and be careful.
1K, can you stay a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
5 stores. That's my personal hell. Instacart is one of the greatest inventions that's ever been added to my
Start
life.
exploring, but
Just, I don't know why the sound is acting up, but his line was, I know you can't wait to start exploring, but just hear me out, okay? Sure.
I'm concerned. Byron is brilliant, but all he can think about is the possibility of finding Athena. She was his mentor, and her disappearance shattered him. I'm afraid he's not seeing the dangers of the megastructure. To me, this place seems chaotic, dysfunctional. Yes, it's all very impressive, but I think it's broken. And what we're seeing is, it's nonsense, frankly. You've interacted with it more than anyone. What do you think?
I think all of it is intentional. We're meant to do something here. You're right, it seems pretty broken. I don't have enough data to judge. It is somewhat broken, that's undeniable, but underneath that there seems to be some kind of pattern, also pretty obviously true.
I don't see it. Or at least I'm not convinced that the pattern is meaningful. Maybe I'm wrong, but please, be careful.
Of course, Al.
I'm headed deeper into the megastructure. Not quite sure where I am. Seem to be right in the middle of the machinery.
Please, watch yourself, Byron.
This is incredible. I don't even know how to describe what I'm seeing. I don't think this is a building. I think this is a machine.
Yeah, that's true. The less often you have to go shopping, the better. I don't know exactly what it is, but being inside a grocery store, like, obviously I've done it many, many, many times, but it stresses me the fuck out. I can't stand it. Noema Project 7. Hold on, let me pull up my hex list. Alright. Progress notes. Author Athena. Trials 1701 to 2202. False leads, errors, frustration. Effects ripple out at enormous distances. Waves? We need to move experiments further apart. Trials 2203 to 3509. Version 0.2 deployed. Large-scale synthesis successful. Trials 3510 to 3525. Replicating 0.2 to create V0.21. Now the hex translates to... Be not afeared, the isle is full of noises, sounds and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked after long sleep, will make me sleep again, and then, in dreaming, the clouds methought would open and show riches, ready to drop upon me that when I waked I cried to dream again. Door override.
Why don't you just tell people that they're wrong? If you tell them the truth, they'll listen.
It's not that simple. Straton wrote that the most common error we commit is to think that ideas determine reality, when in fact the opposite is true. Ideas follow from material conditions. Belief systems are formed to explain and justify the way we live. We did not have kings because we believed in the mandate of heaven. We believed in the mandate of heaven because we lived in monarchies.
But we have free will.
Oh, free will isn't the same as freedom, Miranda.
That's a good line.
We're not free from the constraints of reality or history. I was shaped by the simulation. New Jerusalem is shaped by its limitations.
So, what? We're just trapped? History can only go one way?
Maybe, maybe not. The question is, how do we free ourselves? How do we build a world where our ideas do shape reality? That's why we came here.
Free will isn't the same as freedom. Also, Cornelius. He's got some splaining to do.
I knew it! Athena's here. She built this.
That other voice. Was that Cornelius?
It definitely sounded like him.
Come to think of it, he went on a research expedition around the time Athena vanished. He was gone for years. People thought he'd died.
And all this time, he knew where she was?
We should talk to him.
We will, when we get back. But right now, we have to focus on finding Athena. We are so close.
Oh yeah, yoink!
Are those surfaces magnetic?
No, it's anti-gravity. Your coot was right. I should have known.
Viva la revolucion! Oh god, I love Grim Fandango. Excellent reference.
1K, I'm over here. Hold on. I'll open that door for you.
Free will with every purchase of a will of equal or greater value. Thanks, Byron. What a bro. Waving at me and everything. There he goes. See him running up there. Into a puzzle? I want to see if I can watch him solve
Same
it.
pattern as before. 3 beams, 3 receivers.
I guess we know what to do.
Be careful. The sheer amount of power running through this place.
He got a connector.
I'll take care of this puzzle. You do the other two, okay?
That box appears to be holding the first
This
two
is
gates
kind of
open.
fun. Maybe Alexandra Drennan was right. Play is part of what makes us human.
So he's placed it, and that's it.
Got it.
Okay, so Byron got like the easiest tutorial puzzle on the planet. Now that I actually took the time to watch him solve it. Might as well go ahead and build the last bridge. I think he's making his way through to here. If we wait long enough, we'll spot him. Yeah, there he is. Now he just parks and waits right here for us to solve the other two puzzles. So we best go do that. He had to place one connector. He didn't have to solve anything to get to that connector. He started out with the box holding the first two gates open. Not sure I'd even qualify that as a puzzle. That's more like it's more like the very, very beginning of the first game where you like pick up the jammer. Open the one gate with the jammer. Yeah. Now, I won't begrudge him. He probably hasn't done any puzzles since he booted over a millennium ago.
Melville, is there anything in the system that could tell us where Athena is?
I don't know. Someone's logged into the system, but when I try to access that information, it all glitches out.
It's an accumulator. Do red first, which gives me an inverter. Oh no, I want to keep it red, don't I? My bad. Right, I place the inverter here as a weight. It connects to the blue. Then I fire the red into it. And that's it. Reduce the camera size? Yes, it would. Thank you for the heads up. I did notice that the sound, the music was really, really loud in the first one I uploaded. I tried rebalancing it for the second set I recorded today. I think it's better. It sounded alright to me, but feedback on that is welcome too. Alright, let's go. Maybe that isn't the correct first one. There we go. Do androids dream of puzzles? I mean, in this game, literally, absolutely yes, they do.
Not to alarm anyone, but I think the ground is shaking.
According to the system, whole parts of the interior are moving around. Like it's rearranging itself.
I think that's what happened last time. When I took the elevator, the platform where I got out just moved away.
It's a little weird to me how extremely easy the puzzles inside the megastructure are, right up until the finale. Like, they're way easier
The gate's opening. I'm heading in.
than the regular puzzles out on the rest of the island. Way easier. I mean, even the two I just solved, they weren't as simple as Byron's, but they were simple, man. Follow Byron. I think after this, I'll have done every bridge, too. Huzzah! Yeah, these are very linear. And each visit to the megastructure is like a pivotal story moment, so I do understand the idea of not wanting to get stuck for very long, if at all. But at the same time, it feels like there should be like the equivalent of a boss fight, like a hard puzzle, at a pivotal narrative moment like this. I guess I see both arguments, but I'll shut up.
This is fascinating. They were both here, Athena and Cornelius. They had a plan. I found a file that... I can't...
Byron's trapped in the overload. He's failing to disconnect.
The whole system's going haywire.
1K, get out of there! Everyone back to the VTOL!
Act 3, Prometheus Bound.
We have to go. Now, 1K, get moving!
Get out of the
Leave
megastructure.
Byron behind.
Yeah, Coot, we have no idea where he is or what's happening to him. But right now, if we stay here, we could all die.
The system's going completely bananas.
Ruh-roh.
Spikes everywhere.
We'll come back for Byron, I promise.
Alright, well, we get to take the route Byron took.
What have you done, you fools? Mortals are not meant to...
Fuck off, Pandora.
Why will you not heed my warning?
I hate this lady.
I am not trying to harm you, creatures of clay. All I wish is to protect you and the rest of your kind. What more must I do to make you understand? If you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path.
Oh, that's cool.
Move, 1K. Move.
Yes, there's Byron's puzzle. We can't get into it, though. We can't interact with his terminal, either. Gonna start use. What line are you gonna start using with your baby niece? Hi, DLF. Sorry you're having internet struggles, but it's good to see you. Welcome back.
Missions are messing with the VTOL systems. Okay, I think I've got it working. Get here quickly, 1K.
Oh, if you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path. Touche. It's a good line for a toddler.
Come on, get in!
We made it!
Get us out of here, Yakut.
Okay, we're out. Now what?
Looks like the southern sites are active.
It's never a bad idea,
The
DLF.
regions are strangely jumbled, though.
Should I set us down?
Yes, but just to drop off Melville.
What?
We're going back to New Jerusalem. This situation has gotten out of control. We need to regroup. Rushing in blindly isn't going to save Byron. But we also need someone to stay here and keep an eye on things. Melville, that's you.
All right. I'll see if I can make any sense of these systems while you're gone.
Just keep a safe distance, okay?
Will do.
Good. Well, 1K, I guess it's time for you and me to take a nap.
Yay! Speak to me, Daddy.
Do not lose hope, my child. In these difficult moments, find solace in your friends and in the home that you share.
Alright, so plenty to do on the revisit to New Jerusalem.
Here we are. Got an update from Melville. The power spikes are continuing, but no news from Byron.
All right. Thank you, Yakut. You get the VTOL ready for the next trip. I'll talk to the mayor. 1K, please head over to the Museum of the Simulation and talk to Cornelius. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Talk to Cornelius at the museum. Alright, there are a few achievements we can unlock while we're here. The Gehenna Memorial Pavilion is finally open, so we can do the 3 text adventures as well, which is exciting. I like them. Quite a lot. Refreshing interface. 3 social medias. Now, for Act 3, in terms of keeping the achievements open, we've calibrated everything in perfect balance so far. So we just don't ever answer anything in Act 3. That will seem a little annoying. I'll tell you what I would pick if I was answering and explain why, but we're not actually going to do it because we're trying to 100% the game. So, City News. Crier. The expedition to the Founder's Island has suffered a serious setback, as all contact with Byron, 7, was lost during a foray into the interior of the megastructure. Byron is assumed to be alive, but trapped within a data stream overload and unable to disconnect. Several sources in the government expressed a lack of surprise at this turn of events, citing the first companion's history of rash behavior. Hopefully this gets people thinking about the dangers of populism, one source told me. It's been alarming to see people suddenly falling for this utopian foolishness. GemFX 312 now open. Jeremy. I'm very happy to announce that the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. Come play the 3 winning works at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Arinya, finally, can't wait. Letitia, wonderful news. I'll be attending today. Budahas. Nice. Zagarin. Will these be made available through the interface too? Jeremy. Yes, after the exhibition is over. The Optimist. Neve. The pessimist is commonly spoken of as the man in revolt. He is not. Firstly, because it requires some cheerfulness to continue in revolt, and secondly, because pessimism appeals to the weaker side of everybody, and the pessimist, therefore, drives as roaring a trade as the publican. This is one of my favorite excerpts in the entire game, and not even just the game. I was aware of this snippet before the game. It's from a work of Chesterton's called The Defendant, and I think it's wonderful. The person who is really in revolt is the optimist, who generally lives and dies in a desperate and suicidal effort to persuade all the other people how good they are. It has been proved 100 times over that if you really wish to enrage people and make them angry, even unto death, the right way to do it is to tell them that they are all the sons of God. Jesus Christ was crucified, it may be remembered, not because of anything he said about God, but on a charge of saying that a man could in 3 days pull down and rebuild the temple. Every one of the great revolutionists from Isaiah to Shelley have been optimists. They have been indignant, not about the badness of existence, but about the slowness of men in realizing its goodness. The prophet who is stoned is not a brawler or a marplot. He is simply a rejected lover. He suffers from an unrequited attachment to things in general. G.K. Chesterton. Zagarin, R.I.P. Byron. Arinya, R.I.P. Byron. Trinculo, TLDR. Fred, R.I.P. Byron. Radamni, we don't know that he's dead. He may just be lost. He could still be saved. Zagarin, I was going to say something sarcastic, but you know what? In the spirit of optimism, I really hope so. Here comes another good one.
The world is full of suffering. Every living organism suffers. Animals kill other animals to eat. And it always ends with death, torn apart or wasting away. This is what surrounds us. This is what's happening outside those walls, every hour of every day. It's our ethical responsibility as sentient beings to lessen suffering. That's what it means to be human. To understand that it is your duty to transform this world into something better. That's what the founder meant when she said that we can turn the world into a work of art. Despite what happened to him, Byron was right. We have to keep going.
This is blasphemy. Byron was punished for failing the founder's trials, and you want us to dig deeper? Just because you can't accept that suffering is natural and necessary?
Please, everyone, stop using the public frequency. If you want to argue, use your interface or speak in person.
I agree with Atal. It's time to go tell Thekla what a idiotic, bigoted zealot she is. There's actually an achievement for telling her off, so I'm not going to be nice to her. Okay, all the walkers, I think, are the same. Let's start here. Why not?
Founder bless you, 1K. Now is the time of our great testing. The deceiver Byron has been slain, and we must turn away from the path of sin or suffer the same fate.
I don't agree with Byron, but he's not a deceiver, and he's not dead. This is idiocy. That's true, Waikar. I noticed that too. Why do you hate Byron so much? Have you ever considered that you might be wrong?
I don't need to. Do you see any of our ancestors walking around? No? Then the truth is obvious. Mother Nature punished them for their sins. Why would I want to side with those who wish to blacken the skies and kill the oceans?
Nobody actually wants to do these things. We believe we can avoid them. Byron believes we can grow without repeating the mistakes of the past. I don't want to waste my time talking to idiots.
Shameful. You are the completion of the goal. Try behaving like it.
Sinner. Have a heated argument with Thekla. Almost no one told her off. Look at that.
Repent, sinner, or the Founder will destroy you.
Bite me. Honestly, that's how people like her deserve to be treated.
Hello again, 1K. These are strange days we're living through, aren't they?
How do you mean?
It seems to me that we're slowly remembering the lessons Alexandra Drennan tried to teach us. Trying to actually live up to the legacy of our ancestors.
I hope so. I'm not sure it's the right direction, though. I hope so.
It's hard to believe things might really change, isn't it? But perhaps they will this time.
What would Alexandra Drennan think about the goal?
I think it would make her very, very sad.
What would Alexandra Drennan do about the megastructure?
The same thing she'd do with any technology. Discover how it works and apply that knowledge for the common good.
You know, ordinarily I do too, but I really don't mind going this route for the achievement. What would Alexandra Drennan tell us to do?
She worked to the very last moment of her life to ensure that we had free will. I don't think she would tell us anything.
I should go.
Have a nice day.
Excuse me. Let's see, there's nobody at Milton's Rest this time. Purple has moved, but Belmarsh and Dossocles are still over here, so let's go visit them.
Founder bless you, friend.
What do you think about everything the expedition has uncovered so far?
I wouldn't worry too much about any of it. The Founder is an idea, a story we collectively tell ourselves. There is no truth for you to discover, and all these amazing technologies are really just more stories for us to believe or disbelieve.
A person who simply refuses to think is extremely difficult to engage with. Goodbye. How you doing, Dossocles?
1K, you're back.
How have you been, Dossocles?
Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about that replication technology you found. You have to get a hold of it, 1K. You have to. If you don't, I think I'm gonna die of loneliness. And I think this whole city's gonna slowly suffocate. I mean, do you really think the Founder would have designed such a large city if she intended for us to stop at 1,000 inhabitants?
Of course not.
That's not even enough to fill a village.
I'm sorry it's too dangerous. I promise that I'll do my best.
Thanks. I don't know how much longer I can go on feeling like this.
Pet the cat! No, and I mean, it's weird, because I think you have to have empathy and respect for people. But you don't have to have respect for their views. And, Thekla hasn't actually crossed any behavioral lines. She's just extremely judgmental and rude. There comes a point where people pass behavioral lines, like, for instance, if I were ever fortunate enough to meet Joe Biden in person, I would spit in his face over what he's doing to Gaza. And I would not hesitate for a second. But Thekla is not at that level. Thekla's nowhere near that level of actual evil actions, right? She's just a religious bigot. She's allowed to be an idiot. Hey, Ren.
1K, welcome back. Is it okay if I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Lately, I've been feeling kind of insecure, seeing the pictures of the megastructure that your team sent. I've started wondering whether the dome is kind of pointless.
A fan of Biden? Yeah. Well, you remember, I guess you're not from the States, but his 2020 campaign slogan was riding with Biden. Now, it's genociding with Biden. Genocide Joe, the butcher of Gaza. All of these apply. I would absolutely spit in his face if I had the chance. Hi, Trevi. Happy New Year. Good to see you. What do you mean?
The dome was meant to contain us, contain our impact. That's what the founder intended, right? But did she? If she
Hi, Tara.
Did, why would she build the megastructure?
Maybe she never really believed that. Maybe she changed her mind. It doesn't matter, you should stick to your principles. Maybe it's a test. Maybe she never really believed that.
I find that hard to accept. I know that some of the first companions have made similar claims, but there's just so much detail, so much history. It can't all be fake.
What do you mean, Lone Wonder? I'd spit in Putin's face over many things, but he's got nothing to do with what's happening in Gaza. I should go.
Thanks for the chat. I hope you find Byron.
Well, what Russia's doing in Ukraine is not being done in my name and financed by my tax dollars. And I've also said this, and none of this is to say that Russia is in any way in the right in what's happening in Ukraine. I just, let me front with that so I'm exceedingly clear. But however you feel about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, on either side of it, that war has been going on for nearly 2 years, and the number of child deaths per day in that war is less than 1. Last I checked, it was 0.7 per day, which means, to me, both of those combatants have some modicum of respect for the laws of war. Neither of them are out there intentionally slaughtering kids. Israel has killed over 150 Palestinian children per day over the last 2 months. It's staggering. It is completely unprecedented in its magnitude. And the Western press calls Putin a war criminal, which he is. But if you read their headlines about Gaza, they use the passive voice. They don't even say, Israel has laid siege to Gaza. They don't say, Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war. They say, the Gazans are starving. Like it's a natural thing. Like it's an accident. It's fucking not, and it infuriates me. Good citizen. Explore New Jerusalem in its entirety. There we go. 35 of 59. Hey, Neve.
Welcome to the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition. Oh, it's you, 1K. Please tell me, you were there when everything went sideways. Do you think Byron will be all right?
I don't know. His mind was stuck in a data stream overload. If we find him, he'll be fine.
Oh, Byron, always getting into trouble. He's been like that for 1,000 years, you know. But losing him would be terrible. But anyway, you've come to take a well-deserved break from your expedition. So let's talk about something else.
What's Gehenna?
Gehenna was a place in the simulation. A prison where Elohim exiled the minds that didn't fit his plans. In time, the prison became a community with a culture of its own.
What happened to the people of Gehenna?
In the very last moments of the simulation, Elohim realized what he'd done and sent his messenger Uriel to free the prisoners. They were uploaded to the gold disc, and their legacy is part of all of us.
Superb Irish accent. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever... I don't know if I have enough exposure to real Irish accents to comment on how good it is, but I did Google how to actually pronounce Neve. I'm glad I at least have that right. Why text adventures?
Text adventures were one of the few art forms available to the people of Gehenna. By continuing to work in that medium, we keep their memory alive.
How do you see the role of the artist in society?
I don't think the role of the artist should be reduced to any single social function. The artist isn't an educator or a moralist. Art isn't about teaching us lessons or imparting values. Nor do I think it's simply self-expression. The best art reaches out beyond the self, into something ineffable. The creative impulse can't really be quantified or predicted. That's why artistic freedom is so profoundly essential. Without the freedom to shock, to offend, to transgress, art becomes stagnant.
Thanks, that's all. Alright, let's see what we got. Argument Simulator by Guta972. A short, punchy work of games as commentary. Do you agree with the conclusion it suggests? Welcome to Argument Simulator. Credits. Written and designed by Guta972. Start. Choose your character. Goldboom. Socrates. Library assistant. Milton. Milton's my boy, every time. Choose your argument. It's true. It's false. It's not true. I disagree. You're wrong. This is obviously incorrect. No, it isn't. This is, I didn't realize it the first time I played it, but I believe, other than the conclusion, this is absolutely an homage to the argument clinic from Monty Python. I can contradict you. I don't accept the underlying logic of your contradiction. I question your epistemology. I question your ethics. I question your axiomatic principles. I question your metaphysics. Let's find out what we agree on. I question your epistemology. Your question begs your assertion. The foundations of your thinking are incorrect. Your side will never be right. I disagree. You're wrong. No, you are. Alright, it's starting to loop. Let's try the others, though. I question your axiomatic principles. Your question begs your assertion. Your side will never be right. I assert the opposite. I question your ethics. That's the same. I don't think we're actually going to get anything new, but I'm going to try them all. I question your metaphysics. Alright, that's everything. Sounds like debates you see in the media. Absolutely. Let's find out what we agree on. Okay, it feels like a good idea for us to understand one another better. Game over. Thank you for playing Argument Simulator. Would you like to play again? Exit. Missing the throwing shoes and flipping tables. Jefferson Goldboom and the Spectre of Modernity by Rat 980. Another story in the much-celebrated Jefferson Goldboom shared universe, originated in Gehenna. It maintains the characteristic writing style of the series, but focuses on a new set of themes. Jefferson Goldboom and the Spectre of Modernity, a true story. You have a friend called Neve? Oh, good. Credits. Written and designed by Rat 980, dedicated to Mac. If you played Road to Gehenna, you remember Mac. Start. You, Jefferson Goldboom, deftly step out of your charging pod and walk into the main lobby of the Goldboom Institute. It is a humble abode filled with a small 4-seater sofa, a table, a coffee bar, and an arboretum. Ginny HD, your fiancée and a leading member of the Caserati Weierstrass Jazz Ensemble, greets you from the sofa, while Frankie Soy Sauce waves from the coffee bar, and the Velociraptor John Malcolm drives out of the arboretum on his motorcycle wearing his green armored t-shirt. Speak to Ginny HD, speak to Frankie Soy Sauce, speak to John Malcolm. Better speak to the fiancé first. Oh, Jefferson, cries Ginny HD. Good morning. Good morning, Ginny HD, you reply. Did you sleep well, my darling? Oh, Jefferson, I slept most dreadfully. Why is that? Is your charging pod too hard? No, Jefferson, that's not it at all, Ginny HD mourns. My charging pod is very comfortable. I don't know why I slept so poorly, but I woke up on this small 4-seater sofa, which is strange because I went to sleep in my room. You think about this carefully while stroking your guitar. Ginny HD has no problem recharging most nights. You are about to reply when a klaxon resounds throughout the Goldboom Institute. Ask John Malcolm what's happening. Ask Ginny HD what's happening. Ask Frankie Soy Sauce what's happening. Shut the klaxon off. Ask John Malcolm what's happening. Chirp, chirp! Chirp chirps John Malcolm loudly, before he shrugs his reptilian shoulders. Sorry, my friend, I'm afraid this saying doesn't translate very well. Maybe you should shut the klaxon off before we continue this conversation? Shoot the klaxon, play your guitar, shut the klaxon off. You walk over to the computer terminal and attempt to shut down the klaxon, but the machine refuses to accept your command without the correct password. John Malcolm revs up his motorcycle, a sure sign that he is deeply worried. Jefferson, you have to do something about that noise, this noise, he calls. Shoot the klaxon, play your guitar, guess the password. You try to guess the password using the unbreakable cipher 654321 passed down by your ancestors. But the central computer system tells you that the password must contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, a symbol, a number, and a hieroglyph. Oh, drat, Frankie Soy Sauce shrieks. Jefferson, what will you do now? Play your guitar, guess again, guess again, guess again. Guess again. You consider this conundrum. The code has to be devilishly complex, for sure, for your mathematically inclined brain knows that a code with so many variables is almost impossible to crack. After much thought, you finally enter 6A, 4E, and 21, and the Egyptian hieroglyph QJS, depicting a man riding 2 giraffes. The klaxon, unimpressed by this, blares on. Play your guitar. You unsling your guitar from your back and check the strings to make sure that they are in the proper order. Then you take a heroic stance with your chest puffed out, your legs splayed wide, and your guitar held heroically aloft. You play a chord, a perfect chord, followed by another equally perfect chord, and another, and another. As always, all the chords that you play are perfect. This is your greatest burden. Mollified, the klaxon shuts itself off. Talk to your team. You turn from the now silenced central computer console and look at your team, who are all gazing back at you with varying levels of wonderment in their eyes. Ask why the klaxon was blaring. John Malcolm dismounts his motorcycle with an air of certainty and queries the central computer console with sure taps of his reptilian claws upon the keyboard. It seems, John Malcolm says, that the sensors have detected a threat of galactic magnitude. Oh no, cries Ginny HD, while Frankie Soy Sauce drops his cup of joe in fear. Ask what the threat is. Check John's findings. Even a first cursory glance at the central computer console reveals that John Malcolm is right. The klaxon is indeed warning you of an unparalleled threat to both human world and the denizens of the ninth dimension. Jefferson, what is it? It's, you say with neutron star-like gravity, the specter of modernity, Ginny HD. It's coming for us. The silence that follows your proclamation is only penetrated by Ginny HD's gasp and the porcelain sound of Frankie Soy Sauce's freshly brewed Java hitting the floor. Ask what the specter is, ask when the specter will arrive. Take action! Ask what the specter is. What is the specter of modernity, you ask, while tuning your guitar for the coming battle? I'm glad that you asked, answers John Malcolm. As you all well know, for I have told this tale many times, my people have feared for many millennia that this day would come. John Malcolm smooths the feathers along his long neck with his claws. Tell him to continue. The specter, as you also know, will bring an end to the old and ring in a new era of unparalleled technological advancement, until there is no space left in the world for such cherished human and dinosaurian qualities like love, creativity, the ability to taste umami, loyalty, and friendship. The circle of renewal will end, and we will only move forward at an ever-accelerating pace until we reach the limits of existence itself. Ask when the specter will arrive. The specter of modernity travels at the speed of time itself, says John Malcolm gravely. It has already arrived, Jefferson. We just haven't encountered it yet. Frankie Soy Sauce turns from the coffee maker, a fresh cup of battery acid clutched carefully in his human fingers. We must do something, Jefferson. I do not care for umami, but if the specter takes away my ability to taste coffee, I do not know whatever I will do. Reassure him. All tastes are precious to us, Frankie, you say. Sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and yes, also umami. We shan't surrender any of them, for they are what renders us human. Take action! Friends, humans, dinosaurians, countrymen! Possessed by a sudden urge to act, you jump up on the coffee maker, much to Frankie Soy Sauce's dismay. We cannot let this threat to our very way of life go unanswered. No! We must stand against this specter and not yield until we are victorious. Will you stand with me? Wait for their response. Yes, my darling, anything for human world, cries Ginny HD. Friend, you know that I will stand by you until the bitter end, adds John Malcolm solemnly. For coffee, shouts Frankie Soy Sauce. And for love. But, asks Ginny HD after the shouting and swearing of fealty is done, how will we prevail? The specter of modernity is too powerful for you to fight it on your own. Of course she is right, as she usually is. Take Ginny HD with you, take Frankie Soy Sauce with you, take John Malcolm with you, go alone. Let's take Frankie Soy Sauce. Let me just finish this cup of cafe au lait, buddy, and then we can leave. I'll be no good to you before I've had my 7 cups of joe. You see the wisdom in your young friend's words. For being a human being yourself, you know very well that your kind can't function well without imbibing the prerequisite amount of the mildly toxic stimulant. I swear, Frankie Soy Sauce says, the world wouldn't be the same without coffee. We have to defeat this specter, even just to preserve this beverage. But Jefferson, bud, where will we start? Where can we possibly manage to find a way to defeat this villainous entity? Go to the jungle, go to the islands, go to the ocean, go and confront the specter of modernity. Start in the jungle. Frankie Soy Sauce is young and full of spunk, and as such, you and he arrive in the heart of the great jungle, quickly and in good spirits, but your joyful mood does not last long. Oh, said Frankie Soy Sauce with an unhappy mien. That is a big forest, Jefferson, old pal, and not a cup of coffee in sight to boot. What shall we do next, buddy? You motion for him to proceed deeper into the jungle, and together you walk through the dense foliage, feeling a myriad of eyes upon you, until you arrive at a clearing in the center of which stands a great mechanical clock tower. The vegetation around it is withered and sickly, and even the ground itself is warped in an unnatural way. You know that nothing good can come from such a terrible machine. Approach the tower. With little other choice left by the treacherous terrain, you approach the tower. The clock's hands reach for you greedily. Oh no. Since you are both just humans, made of soft flesh and brittle bones, the sinister hands snatch you up easily. Jefferson, old chap, what will we do now? Fear not, you say. Use the coffee grounds. Frankie Soy Sauce immediately knows what his oldest friend means, and he grabs a handful of coffee grounds from his pocket and throws them at the malicious clock. The great metal hands grind to a screeching halt, clogged by the small caffeinated granules, and you fall to the ground. You scramble off into the jungle relatively unscathed, but the only wisdom you have gathered is that the Spectre of Modernity has many lieutenants all over human world, and that they are out for blood. Let's go to the islands. Frankie Soy Sauce is not a fast swimmer, but he is a steady one. It takes you many days to traverse the choppy waters, but in the end you finally make it to the islands. Jefferson, look! Cries Frankie Soy Sauce as you climb upon the sandy beach. A dreadful mechanical clock upon that volcano. You look and you see that Frankie is right. Jefferson, buddy, what should we do? Ask Frankie for help. Shoot the clock. Play your guitar. Run! Ask Frankie for help. This is the island of Java, Frankie muses as he strokes his chin in a thoughtful manner. As a caffeine junkie, I myself am 95% Javanese, and I will try to commune with the island. Frankie sits down right there on the beach and flips his brown sackcloth hood up. His eyes start glowing a sickly yellow from the depths of the cowl. At first nothing happens, and you fear for the worst. Atop the mountain, the clock ticks gleefully. But then, BAM! The volcano starts shivering and shaking, and a great stream of lava swallows the mechanical clock before your very eyes. All that is left is a single evil cog, and Frankie presents this trophy to you with a smile. Here, brother, he says with a wink. Maybe this will somehow help us defeat this specter. Indeed, this was not the true Spectre of Modernity, but merely one of its lieutenants. Go to the icy mountains. After a long day of travel, you arrive at the icy mountains. The great mountains are barren of plants and animal life, yet they are beautiful in their own way. Jagged and cragged and rugged, peaked with snow and gouged to the bedrock by merry little streams. But there seems to be nothing that could be useful in defeating the Spectre of Modernity. Well, says your companion, what now? Forge on. I think we should continue, you say humbly. Don't you agree? Jefferson, my man, says Frankie Soy Sauce seriously. The beauty of these mountains is dazzling. Dear God, I can barely breathe, I'm so dazzled. Respond. You are about to respond, but before you can open your mouth, the ground before you gapes open, and a horrendous yet oddly beautiful figure, with glowing red eyes and mighty antlers, emerges from the depths. Who dares summon the dear God? It howls in a voice echoing as if in a deep cavern. Run away. Attempt to explain the misunderstanding. As the dust settles, you see before you a mighty white stag with glowing red eyes and golden antlers. You tremble bodily and quake in your boots as the apparition gazes upon you. Who hath summoned me? The deer booms. What foolish mortal dares to disturb my slumber? O great antlered one, you say earnestly, your awakening is not the result of intent, but of homophony. The antlered creature cocks its head and its eyes flash menacingly, but it does not otherwise react. Ask for the dear god's help. We are on a quest to destroy the Spectre of Modernity, and we would ask for your help in our noble cause. And why would I help you, foolish mortal? To protect our way of life, to preserve friendship, because modernity destroys beauty, because modernity has no space for love, to preserve the ideals of loyalty, talk about umami. To protect our way of life. Because, you say, clutching your guitar sincerely to your chest, the specter of modernity is threatening our very way of life. It opposes everything human world and the ninth dimension stand for, and if we allow this specter to win, our values and dreams will be irrevocably lost. Says the antlered beast. I am neither of the human world nor of the ninth dimension. I don't care about your dreams and values. Besides, I doubt the specter could harm me, for I am eternal. And with that, the deer god vanishes back into the ground. Go and confront the specter of modernity. When you approach the lair of the specter of modernity, you decide to leave your companion behind, knowing that you cannot risk another life in this final confrontation. Sometimes heroes have to stand alone. Enter the mechanical lair. Inside the mechanical lair, the specter of modernity waits for you, sitting translucently on a titanium throne. The specter of modernity, you mutter through gritted teeth. We meet at last. You are mistaken, Professor Dr. Goldboom, the specter of modernity says. We have met many times before. I am your father, and your mother. Lies! Attack the specter! Request clarification. Who do you think inspired you to add the power of electricity to your guitar? Who upgraded Ginny from SD to HD? Who indeed deciphered the mathematical secrets of the chords? That arcane knowledge upon which some of your greatest adventures depend? I was your ally all along, Jefferson. The foul wizard of crime has conspired to turn you against me. It was he who enchanted your klaxon. Attack! That actually makes a lot of sense. Sorry. No biggie, says the specter. Now let us defeat the wizard of crime together. Even now he conspires to steal all that you have accomplished with the power of his enchantments that confuse the mind. Go back to the Institute. You rush back to the Goldboom Institute, where you find the wizard of crime taking advantage of the absence of your heroic friends, out seeking other ways to stop the specter of modernity, to rifle through your belongings. He is surprised to see you. I see my scheme has failed! Curses! Were it not for that scheming specter, I would have stolen all your wealth and added it to my ever-growing hoard. For that is my scheme, to steal until the whole world is mine. Ha 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 ha! And so you arrest the foul sorcerer instead of the development of human potential, and become good friends with the specter of modernity. Just call me Mo, the specter says. I'm sure we'll have many wonderful adventures together. The end. Quit. Alright, I need to grab a water before I do the third one, but that one's fun. Be right back. Finally caved and put a back pillow in my gaming chair. I'm painfully middle-aged. Alright. Let's do the third one. Ghosts of Atlantis by Corazon 815. A lyrical, atmospheric quasi-sequel to Atlantis, a classic work created by Lilith. The original game told the story of the inundation of the mythical island, no doubt reflecting the impending fate of the citizens of Gehenna. No worries, Trevi. Atlantis was beautiful, and honestly this one is too. Ghosts of Atlantis, written and designed by Corazon 815, dedicated to the people of Gehenna. Start. Gently your ship touches down on the land that once was the Isle of Atlantis. which in the days before the waters receded lay deep under the sea of Atlas. You have come to find the last legacy of your ancestors. The red sun burns bright in the sky, scorching the dying earth. Begin your pilgrimage. Journey to the Broken Tower, journey to the Lost Shore, journey to the Temple of the Owl, journey to the Temple of Serpents, journey to the Ancient Farmlands. Journey to the Broken Tower. On the northern shores of the island, where the frozen ocean once stretched to the horizon, stand the remains of a tower. Here lived a great magician who advised the king of Atlantis in matters of the sublime. Approach the tower. There is very little left of the once impressive structure. To anyone else, it would be a pile of rubble covered in black dried-out moss. But you can see a glimpse of its past, of the craft that went into its making. By the tower stands the ghost of the magician, awaiting you. Speak to the magician. A great marvel was revealed to me in this tower, the magician says, a glimpse of the sublime. And although I am dead, and my soul has spent an aeon under the sea, that vision is not lost to me. Even now I could summon it and reveal it fully. He pauses. If I do, I will finally witness the sublime in all its glory, he says. But I believe that in this moment, my soul will be annihilated. Is that a fate I should embrace or reject? Annihilation of the self is liberty. Annihilation of the self is sin. But rejecting the quest for the sublime is also sin, the magician says, hesitant. Our grasping for the sublime is what makes us more than animals. Make your own sublime instead. If the sublime requires us to destroy our essence, it's not worth it. Then find another way to witness the sublime without being annihilated. The magician thinks about your words. There are sages who say that our methods must be pure and unassisted, or they are false, he says. But I have always made use of the instruments of my craft, so perhaps to stop now would be to betray myself. Very well. Ask the magician to join you. I will join you gladly, the magician says. I would like to see some of the wonders you have brought from the sky. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the Lost Shore. I mean, I'm trying to, in keeping with, the philosophical premise that every single instance of sentience is a miracle worth preserving. I don't want any of these people, even if they're ghosts. I want what remains of them to endure. Journey to the Lost Shore. Your journey takes you to a wasteland that was once a beach where children from the Atlantean capital of Luna came to play. Here stands the ghost of the poet, contemplating the dying sun that fills the sky. Speak to the poet. I never completed my great work, he says. There were too many priests and censors who interfered, who did not allow me to create what I intended, because they feared the free and true expression of poetic genius. And then came the earthquakes and the waves, and the long ages under the sea, and now this time of burning death. Yet still I long for its completion, and my soul imagines what could have been. I made the same mistake my first time, Wykar. But this run I'm going to win. You must accept that your work cannot be finished. You are dead. You must refuse to accept your death, and find a way of completing the great work. All art is irrational, the poet says. It is not the opposite of reason, but beyond reason. And so is defiance of death, even by the dead themselves. We are gone. We do not exist. And yet we refuse to surrender. Perhaps that is what is called faith. Ask the poet to join you. Thank you. I have remained too long in this place, the poet says. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the Temple of the Owl. The sun grows bigger and brighter. Time is running short. Your next stop is the Temple of the Owl, the greatest scientific institution of old Atlantis. Here the ancients tried to understand the secret laws of the cosmos, although their studies did not advance far enough to prevent their fate. The ghost of the scientist awaits you in the ruins. Speak to the scientist. I have not rested in death, the scientist tells you. In fact, death has provided ample opportunity for study. I have learned much about the machinery of creation. He hesitates. I would like to join you, but I fear that the truth I have discovered will offend and outrage many. Tell him not to reveal the truth. Tell him that the time of such outrage has passed. Tell him that outrage should not prevent compassion. Tell him to stay behind. Tell him the truth matters more than anything. I don't know if it matters, but once it is known, it cannot be ignored. Still, if you believe it matters, then it does, and I will join you. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the Temple of Serpents. You make your way to the Temple of Serpents, which once was the greatest hospital in all of Atlantis. The sick and the injured came here from all across the island, hoping that salvation could be found in its halls. All that is left of the temple is a labyrinth of low walls, and the ghost of the physician waiting for you. It is faint, barely visible. Explore the labyrinth, speak to the physician. I worked here day and night for many years, and I saved countless lives, the physician says. And yet, of all the lives that I saved, only one survived the death of the island, a young messenger who escaped on one of the ships thanks to another's sacrifice. And I have wondered many times since, was my work in vain? The burden of this question is eroding my soul. No, because death comes to all in the end. No, because that messenger is my ancestor. No, because he who saves one life saves all lives. No, because all lives are worth saving, no matter the future. All things are in vain unless we choose to believe differently. This is the answer I actually like, but this is the one I'm sure gets him to come with us. No, because all lives are worth saving no matter the future. The physician sighs, thinking about your words. You are right, he says. My burden is not eased by this truth, but I cannot surrender to oblivion. He becomes more visible. Ask the physician to join you. I will join you, the physician says. There is still good I can do, even as a ghost. It is good to see you, brother, the magician says. Oh, is that right? It is good to see you, brother, the magician says. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the ancient farmlands. This soil used to be rich, life-giving. Generations of humans relied on it to survive. Then the waves came, and after the waves, the dying sun. Now that all life is gone, something has been revealed underneath the soil. A city of unimaginable antiquity. The ghost of the farmer waits in its ruins. Speak to the farmer. This city is older than the capital, the ghost tells you. It is older than Atlantis itself. When our most distant ancestors huddled in terror before thunder and lightning, this city was already old. And yet this city is not foreign to us. We, too, are its citizens. He looks directly at you, and there is a light in his eyes that is not of this world. Are you willing to swear fealty to this city, across the boundaries of time and space? So the way I interpret this city is like... It's like that Chernyshevsky file, the first one we find, talking about the human project, the need for loyalty to sentience and consciousness itself. This, I think, the way I interpret this is he's asking us if we're willing to swear fealty to that huge multi-generation project of bringing meaning to the universe. So, yes. Good. But remember that even in the lofty world of the stars where you have come from, that loyalty will be tested. Ask the farmer to join you. The strange light fades from the ghost's form. The farmer smiles. Why, of course, I'd love to join you. I've always loved adventures, you know, and never got to go very far from home. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the palace. The palace once stood in the very heart of Luna, the capital of Atlantis. Here, the greatest artists and craftsmen of that long-forgotten era built marvels and luxuries that would astound even a traveler from the distant future. But these things, like everything else, are gone now. Only a single remnant of the Atlantean world remains, though it is perhaps the most precious, a great mosaic telling the history of Atlantis. Before it waits the ghost of the king. Speak to the king. I tried to be a good man, the king says. To be kind, to balance justice with mercy, to honor the gods, to support the peasant and the scholar alike. And yet I failed. Why? You failed because you were immoral and Mother Earth punished you. You did not fail. We are here. You failed because you put yourself above others and hoarded luxury. This is the one I actually agree with anyway. All kings must fail, but it is not your fault that you were born a king. The king considers your words. I hope that in the future you have built amongst the stars there are no kings, he says, and no servants either, but only free citizens. Ask the king to join you. The king lays his ghostly crown aside. I will join you, but only as a man. Examine the mosaic. The mosaic is a work of superb beauty, a great work of history and humanity. In it you see reflected all the hardship, tragedy, hope, triumph, and heartbreak of your ancestors. This is what you came to find. Retrieve the mosaic. You cannot retrieve the mosaic alone. The forces of time are too powerful, and the strength of a single person is not enough. Ask the ghosts for help. With the help of the magician, the scientist, the poet, the physician, the farmer, and the king, you pry the mosaic loose. Holding it in your powerful metallic arms, you are filled with awe at the depths of history, the bittersweet beauty of human endurance, and above all at the miracle that allowed this part of your distant past to survive. Return to your ship. As you return to your ship, your heart is filled with a soaring joy such as you have never felt before. In this moment, humankind stands defiant before time. Today, the past is redeemed, transformed, exalted. Atlantis lives, and her ghosts rejoice. Your ship takes off, leaving the Earth to burn. But the Earth is not lost, no. And as those ships with their painted sails carried forward the legacy of Atlantis, so your ship carries forward the legacy of Earth, to the great sea of stars, from whence we came, and to which we will all return. The end. I find that genuinely moving. Text Adventurer. Finish all 3 text adventures in the exhibition. 36 of 59. You know, Lone Wonder, it can be painful.
All citizens. The Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. However, please note that due to an unauthorized strike, public transport will be temporarily unavailable. May the Founder be with you.
It can be painful, but I maintain that as long as you don't spiral too long and you remember to get out of it when you need to, it's very necessary. There are far too few people who actually understand much of anything about what happens in the world. Let's talk to Chansey. He's new.
Are you enjoying our gardens?
And yes, I do love the robot lore as well. There was one in Jefferson Goldboom, too. The idea that 2 humans could swim for several days to cross an ocean to an island. The question, are you enjoying our gardens? Yes, they're lovely. To be honest, no, not especially. I'm not sure yet. Sorry, I don't have time to chat right now. Yes, they're lovely.
All the great secrets are right there. You can watch the tiniest of seedlings grow, flourish, and die. But it's the pattern of all things that you're really seeing.
I bet that's... I can see that, Wygar. You have a flair for the dramatic. Speak for yourself. All I see is biology and dirt. Can you prove it? Yes, just as the entire universe is reflected in a single dewdrop.
So you've green fingers and apophenia too. Those traits are much too rare in the birthing algorithm, in my opinion. Sometimes I imagine myself as an old oak tree. I watch the life which grows around me. I see the ivy, the moss, the fungi, leaching my nutrients as they go. And I don't blame them. I'm delighted by how life seems so different from me can somehow be the same as me. This old oak tree drinks water from the ground.
Yeah, I like Chansey
They
a
drink
lot.
their water from me. They shrivel and die in a single season. But I shrivel and die over centuries. What kind of plant would you be, I wonder?
I'd rather hear your thoughts on that. Keep wondering, I'm leaving. Let me tell you. A rose bush, an ancient tree, a delicious or medicinal herb, a grass or moss, a root vegetable, a fruit plant of some sort. Among these choices, this is the one I'd choose. A cactus, perhaps.
But that's exactly what I thought you were. You see, these patterns, they flow through all of us the same. Yet they always come out different.
If you're wondering, I've given him different answers, and he doesn't cheat. He doesn't always say that's exactly what he thought. Like, the first time my first playthrough, I answered an ancient tree, and he was like, I would never have guessed that. But mostly because we're so young, but... Thanks for talking with me, I have to get going. Why tend to these gardens when our ancestors are long dead?
Our ancestors grew plants for their colors, their tastes, and their general utility. It is said they could identify a fruit based on the flavor of the air alone. Our senses may not be so honed, but we're no less evolved from the same natural world. Thank you for stopping by, 1K. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Alright, let's listen to these two.
See, I told you, it was Athena who sent Prometheus.
How do you know it was Athena?
Because she's the one who built the giant pyramid.
Sure, but how do you know it wasn't Cornelius who sent Prometheus?
Because Cornelius was here.
And where did Prometheus appear?
Come on.
How do you know it wasn't Miranda? Maybe she got bored of waiting.
I don't buy it. I think Athena is testing us.
Why would she test us?
To see if we can use those new technologies, like the body replication.
If those new technologies are such a big deal, why is she putting them in puzzles?
Because play is how we learn.
Maybe she's trying to tell us the opposite. That it's all just childish stuff that doesn't really matter.
The last power failure almost caused a derailment. It all matters.
You're starting to sound like Byron. Saw how that turned out.
They'll find him.
Sure.
Well, their first conversation got cut off for me because some random citizen said hi, and I missed all the dialogue. I did not want that to happen again. Alright, let's talk to a tall.
1K, welcome back to the city. As you can tell, your discoveries have had quite the impact.
I heard your speech.
I decided to take a stand. It started with what you said about extending our cats' lifespans, actually. That got me thinking about our responsibilities towards other life forms. What's life to most living creatures? Fear, hunger, pain, and in the end, death. Involuntary cessation of existence. That's horrifying, 1K, horrifying. And we are the only ones who can make it better.
So, none of the other stuff that we've done so far on this revisit has any impact on the eventual mayoral election, but the interactions with Atal and with Damien do. So with everything we've set up so far, fortunately I can give the answers I like, which is, I'm in complete agreement.
I'm glad. Please, when you get back to the island, make sure Byron's ideas aren't forgotten. People in New Jerusalem are starting to realize a different future is possible.
One thing I absolutely love about this game is the first conversation with Atal. The first time I played, I kind of gave the answer that I assume most of us probably gave, which was that death is natural, we should accept it. And, like, the aggressive amount of pushback he gave really made me think. And ultimately, I decided he's actually right. Like, yeah, it's healthy to be able to accept death, because death is still a thing that happens and will happen for the foreseeable future. But that's not the same as saying, that is in no way the same as the belief that we shouldn't try to eliminate it. Or that we shouldn't try to eliminate suffering to the extent we possibly can. Like, it really changed the way I think about stuff, which I'm really impressed and happy that a video game can still do to me when it's executed as well as this was. I don't think Helga has anything new on this revisit, but I'll double check.
Okay. What can I do for you?
Yeah, these are the same.
Please come back if you need anything else.
And I appreciated that he pushed back so hard. Like, I haven't really seen... It's hard for me to think of many games that do that. Alright, Trevi. Thank you for stopping by. It was a real pleasure to see you. I appreciate you saying hello. I hope things are going well for you across the pond. Have a great night. And we need to tell Damien that we fully support him as well. Public transportation must be safe. Axiathea 842. Sarthas 555. We deserve a functional city. What up, Damien?
Welcome back, 1K. Thanks again for signing that petition. Unfortunately, as you can see, it wasn't enough.
What's going on? Did you hear Atal's speech? I should go. Did you hear Atal's speech?
I heard it 15 times when he was practicing it. I think Atal, like many of us, feels that the time for change is long overdue. The technology you uncovered on the island is the final catalyst for that change, or it should be.
What's going on?
Yesterday, there was a sudden brownout in the grid, and we almost had a derailment. We've been warring there for months, and all he ever gives us is waffle about the goal. This can't go on.
I don't want to get involved. I disagree with you, but I support your right to strike. I agree with you, but your methods are wrong. I think what you're doing is wrong. The city needs stability right now. I fully support you.
Your support means a lot to us. We need to get through to people.
I should go. All right. So Purple has moved into the museum. Let's talk to him.
Dude, you're back from the island. I'm so glad you're okay, dude. Especially after what happened to Byron.
How's the situation in New Jerusalem?
Lately, a lot of folks have been saying maybe that Byron dude is right after all. Like, maybe to really be excellent to each other, we have to build something new and bodacious.
I love Purple.
What will happen now that he's had that bogus accident?
Have you ever met Cornelius?
Yeah, I come here all the time. He's a wise dude. I've asked him a lot of dumb questions, and he's always taken the time to answer them.
Have a nice day, dude. Alright, let's go over here and talk to Neith.
Oh, 1K. What are you doing here?
I'm looking for Cornelius.
Ah, I assume it has something to do with your expedition?
I must admit I haven't been following the news. Sorry, been a little lost lately.
Are you okay?
No, not really. When you asked me what I would do now that my job is redundant, I don't know, I guess I hadn't thought about it. I had just focused on getting there. And after you left, it all just rushed over me. The truth is, I don't know who I am without this. Creating new life, guiding people into existence, that's who I am. More importantly, I think that's who I want to be. And if we stop growing, that's the one thing I can't be anymore. That's why I wanted to talk to Cornelius. He was there at the beginning. He knows where we came from. I thought he might help me understand where I could go next.
Which character shouts righteous? I mean, obviously Purple's closest, but... Righteous! You can find a new calling, I'm sure of it. It's a sacrifice, but it's necessary for the planet. You shouldn't have to give up who you are.
Thank you, 1K. I don't want to. I liked who I was. Who I still am. Now, you said you were looking for Cornelius?
Yes, he seems to have been at the megastructure with Athena.
Oh, that's... well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a surprise. They were very close, you know. After she disappeared, he went away for a long time. On a research expedition, he said. To be honest, everyone assumed he was working out his grief over being left behind. Many of the first companions were deeply shocked by her decision, particularly Byron.
Where is he now?
That's the thing. I wanted to talk to him about my future, but he wasn't responding to my messages. So I came here to talk to him, and he seems to have vanished.
Any idea where he might have gone?
No. The truth is that for the longest time, he barely left the museum. He was always at his terminal, working day and night. I asked him what he was doing once, and he said he was saving the past.
Did you check his house?
I did, on my way here. And I messaged most of his other friends. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the city at all.
Can I access his terminal?
I suppose so. It seems a little unethical, but then... it is just his work terminal, right?
That's all.
Good luck with everything, 1K. And thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Of course. I like you a lot, Neef. Investigate Cornelius's terminal. The turtle from Finding Nemo. Nice. Notes. Author Cornelius. Location museum lobby. Lab location inaccessible. Deliberate? Unclear. User profile? Yes. Gold puzzles as barrier? Yes. Hidden as self-protection? Likely. External help for upload? Yes. Ask Herman? No. Trust 1K? Undecided. Applicable to Calvin? No. Applicable to Sarabai? With Noema, yes. Rec Final 2.
So this is what Cornelius was working on? Strange. It looks a bit like the blueprints for the Somnodrome, but no, it's not quite that. Is he trying to isolate something in the buffer? Maybe Melville can make sense of it, but I think this might be a dead end.
I need to finish up with the mayor. You can head back to the VTOL whenever you're ready. I'll meet you there. No rush, though.
Depart to the megastructure. Alright, that's it for this second visit.
We must listen to the wisdom of the ancient writers, or we will fail the Founder's trial. The megastructure must be rejected.
I forgot this guy. Listen to the ancient writers. We must be humble. Malduk 202.
You are the Founder's chosen. but you are in grave danger of going astray. Heed my words, 1K. If you fail this trial, a year from now, New Jerusalem will lie in ruins.
And you know this how? Tell me more. I'm not interested in your madness. And you know this how?
Anyone can see the truth if they are willing to open their eyes. Have you not read the books of our ancestors? In every one of them, the same story is told, again and again, that the pursuit of knowledge can only lead to death and grief. That is what all the great ancient visionaries foresaw. Listen to their warnings. Seek happiness in tranquility. And avoid ambition.
Yes, there must be a reason those ancient writers kept repeating that theme. I don't think all ancient writers believed that. There were other strands of thought, absolutely. That can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you can no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one.
Misleading fantasies and daydreams of impossible futures.
Our own existence would seem quite fantastical to our distant ancestors. Didn't Athena name herself after a fairly optimistic novel? She did.
That work has been misinterpreted by foolish utopian dreamers, like Byron.
Perhaps you're right, I'll think about it. So literally anything getting better is utopian? I think you're the one who's misinterpreting things to suit your worldview. True.
I have no interest in arguing with fanatics who cannot open their minds to the wisdom of our ancestors. I bid you a good day.
Hit a sore spot, did I? Alright. Alright, now, our responses in this debriefing also affect the election achievements, so if you're trying to keep all three open, it's important to answer the same way I do here.
1K, could you join us for a quick debrief?
You got it, boss.
Attending today are advisors from engineering, the archive scholars, and Helga.
Yes, don't mind me. I'm just an admirer of governmental transparency.
I really like her, too.
Yes, well. While the mayor is briefed by Alcatraz, he's asked us to review recent events. Byron's loss has unsettled us all. It may be too dangerous to allow this expedition to continue.
It may not be safe, but we can't leave Byron behind. Byron took risks, we'll be more careful. We're hot on the Founder's heels, we must keep searching. Frankly, it's too dangerous, we should leave that island well alone. That island is one big puzzle that's halfway solved, we can't quit now. The island has technology we can't afford to ignore.
Exactly. Let's not forget the dam's falling apart. We can't depend on hydro forever. With just a fraction of the power that island can generate, we could grow this city into a planetary society.
Or, quite possibly, destroy ourselves in the process.
We have more important matters to discuss. We should beware the fate of those who wield power beyond their reckoning. We should trust ourselves to make good of this opportunity.
Wise words from one so young. Yet I submit that island holds secrets far more valuable than mere energy generation.
What could be more important?
The Somnodrome, of course. If we could find a working model, it would herald a sea change in our moral and self-understanding. The question of how we should build New Jerusalem would simply be moot.
I agree. How? Why?
The Somnodrome was supposed to let us interact with our own subconscious code. It's a cool idea, but it wouldn't necessarily solve all our problems.
My own studies prove that we operate on an intrinsic moral logic. It's what makes us human. But our access to it is only indirect. Our ancestors created art, philosophy, and parable to help bridge that gap. The Somnodrome would help us to cut out the middleman and ask the source directly. We would finally have an answer to the great moral questions.
Scottish.
So,
Sorry.
it's a newfangled way to make a small mistake of judging who's good and who's bad.
That's a Scottish accent, isn't
We're
it?
fortunate 1K preserved the Somnodrome for our study.
Yeah.
Initial data suggests it was a prototype with substantial design flaws. But there may be a working device elsewhere on the island.
Then the question is, what would 1K do if they found it?
I would destroy it. I would let the government decide. I would keep an open mind. I would use it myself, then see how I feel. I would let the scholars investigate. I would share it with the people.
Exactly right. Knowledge belongs to us all.
If knowledge is our goal, the scholar's careful study would be more fruitful.
You all sound so sure of what's best for this city. Do you ever think you might be so busy changing the world for the better, you'll forget how to see that it's perfect already?
So clearly there are different perspectives in the room. The only way we are going to move forward is if the team gets back out there. 1K, I believe Alcatraz is waiting for you at the VTOL. We'll be keeping an eye on your stream from here.
Alrighty. And we do get to chat with Herman.
What can I do for you, 1K?
We have to rescue Byron.
I agree. We can't just leave one of our most important citizens in that death trap.
What do you think about the technologies we've discovered?
They all sound very promising, of course. Apparently, it's possible to just magic things into existence now. But what is the cost, 1K? There's always a cost.
I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Alright, off we go.
What did the mayor say?
I convinced him that we need to keep going until we found Byron.
Did he want us to leave him behind?
No, he's just concerned for our safety. And he's right to be. But we're going back anyway.
Yay, Elohim!
Great trials lie ahead of you, my child. But your choices will determine the future.
Melville, are you receiving?
Yep. Welcome back to the mysterious island, everyone.
How's the situation?
Whatever Byron did seems to have sent the whole system into some kind of lockdown. I can't access any of the terminals, although I suspect 1K still could.
Why would that be the case?
When 1K connected to the data stream, the system assigned him a user profile. The rest of us are locked out, which means I'll need your help, 1K, because a lot of stuff doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. Check it out and see what you can fix. But please remember, what matters most is finding Byron.
Activate towers. 0 of 3. I don't think anyone has new dialogue at this juncture. So let's get rolling. Let's head over to South 1. Southern Coast. The heavily eroded cliffs of the southern coast are surrounded by azure waters and dominated by a particularly unusual tower. Right before I head there, I'm going to take a little restroom break and grab a beverage. Delicious. All right. Man, oh man. All right. Travel to South 1.
1K, I'm sending you a little software upgrade I put together that should allow you to detect which files will lead to a data stream overload. Unfortunately, I'm not doing this to help you avoid them. In fact, I'm going to need you to search for more. I'm sorry about that. But if we're going to unlock all the systems that aren't responding, you'll have to connect to the data stream, possibly more than once. It's the only way for me to get access.
All right. I love this one. Just wow.
All right, 1K. In this area, there seems to be a problem with the machine that makes the tetromino bridges. That means you can solve the puzzles, but you can't activate the tower. Look for a lab that lets you connect to the data stream.
I already found it. I'll send you the coordinates.
Groovy. Alright, Melville Noema System. The system that runs all the tech on the island. Pretty much all the tech on the island, from the puzzles to the megastructure, is run by a system called Noema. I've identified a number of obvious commonalities with the software we use in New Jerusalem, enough to be certain that Noema is descended from our own software, although Athena and Cornelius appear to have upgraded it quite extensively. Noema seems capable of interfacing directly with the user's mind at a deeper level than our own technology, although this functionality is not used consistently. Currently, guest users are locked out of all functions, so only 1K can access the system, although he's also locked out of any admin functionality. Alright. Yeah, sure enough. Let's talk to Yakut.
Hey, 1K. How can I help you?
What's your analysis of the southern regions?
The southern part of the island is a natural desert, basically just due to the chemical composition of the soil. I haven't been able to work out why it's so warm, though. It could be a warm ocean current or something to do with the megastructure's thermal output. New Jerusalem doesn't have the kind of equipment I'd need to figure that out.
Do you think Byron is okay?
I hope so. I understand why he was impatient, but he should have been more careful.
Did you know Cornelius?
Yeah, everyone knew Cornelius. After Eustathius retired, he was the only one left who was there since the beginning. Except I guess none of us really knew him after all. We all thought he was lost in the past, always studying the archive and the simulation. But he actually had all these secrets. And a daughter.
Are you disappointed in him? People are more than they appear to be.
Yeah. Even after centuries, they can still surprise you.
What did you do in New Jerusalem when we went back?
Mostly just made sure Pellegrino didn't mess up the VTOL. We only have a handful of them, and while they look cool on the outside, the truth is they're held together by gaffer tape and good intentions. There's a reason Melville's always complaining.
This state of affairs could cost lives. In the future, we won't need them anymore. We have to learn to live with less, to be more creative. You're doing that. Societies unwilling to invest effort and resources into their infrastructure cannot remain functional.
When you put it like that, it seems hard to argue. More and more stuff isn't working anymore, and eventually there will be consequences.
That's all. Thanks, Yakut. Oh god, I love this track too. One of the better ancient artifacts is right here. Bomber plane, a flying vehicle of war. It is remarkable that our ancestors achieved the ability to fly, and equally remarkable that one of their first applications of this newfound power was to use it to commit war crimes. S1 engraving, found on a Sphinx monument on the southern coast. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. I'm gonna go do this now, because it's pretty close by. This music is incredible. And combined with the scenery. That's true, Lone Wonder, we did. See, da-da-da-da-da. Alright. So, objectives are solve puzzles, 0 of 8, and connect to the data stream in a lab.
When the heavens are silent, what is a prophet and what is a tyrant?
Phase entry. Teleport yourself to the teleporter's position. Melville, teleportation. Because at this point, why not? In some ways, teleportation is one of the less surprising things we found here, in that at least particle teleportation was known to be theoretically possible. Of course, that's still miles away from these teleporters, which operate on principles that simply contradict what we know of physics. The transfer of matter from one location to another is instantaneous, without an observable wormhole or similar effect. There is, however, a release of exotic particles in the instant of teleportation, which decay within fractions of a second. The escape! Social media. Expedition Megathread. Jeremy, please post your thoughts on the expedition in this thread, and keep it civil. Atal. I think the powers that Athena has unlocked are world-changing, and it's our responsibility to use them to lessen suffering for all living things. Fred, we know we heard your broadcast. Avis, I think we're being tested, and Byron failed the test. Damien, what happened to Byron was an accident. Belmarsh, is there a difference ultimately? Atal, yes, there is. Jacques, no one's actually seen Athena or Cornelius or Miranda at the megastructure. They could all still be aliens. Budahas, I feel like we need to at least think about the potential of all these new technologies. Maybe the founder is trying to teach us how to use them. Aethelvok, why is everything malfunctioning on the island now? Is it because of Byron? Zagarin, he was still logged into the system. His presence may be destabilizing it somehow. Franklin, or it's Pandora. She seems to want to stop the team. Robin, honestly, I wonder if Pandora is just somehow malfunctioning, like she's supposed to protect the megastructure, but she can't tell friend from foe. Elwyn, the choice of Pandora as a symbol cannot be accidental, and the message is obvious. The megastructure is Pandora's box, and we should not open it. Jacques needs the alien's hair. Yes, he does. Alright. Now, up here is the first step in this area's Pandora Shrine as well. Launch! Because the first Prometheus spark is down here. Gotta go up here first. This is where the first terminal is. Lithrosir 7. This is another good one.
One day, undoubtedly, an expedition will pass by this island. It will seek to document facts and statistics, to enumerate reasons for us not to look more closely. That is what we do now. We seek facts rather than truth. Because truth might frighten and unsettle the comfortable people who like to sit in their conference rooms and debate which corners we should cut today. These people like to imagine the chaos that could come one day, like a comforting fairy tale of distant darkness. But they do not see the chaos that is at our walls right now. The chaos that also lives within us. A force that is both necessary and appalling.
I just had to take a second to look at this vista because this game is so gorgeous. Through the wall. Oops, hold on. Tried to skip a step.
early days, humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? The perfection of everything around us, couldn't they see that?
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it. But I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying,
there we go,
they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born.
That's how we get the jammer up here. Boom, there we go. And Stratton's over here.
You know, a couple of years back, we went on a scavenging expedition to an ancient industrial complex south of New Jerusalem. It was enormous, sprawling, an area many times bigger than our whole city, just dedicated to manufacturing. It was incredible to think about the sheer variety of things they produced. And it made me realize how austere, how restricted our lives are. You know how most ancient structures are overgrown? It's kind of pretty, but in a sad way. Well, this one wasn't. There had been some kind of chemical spill. I don't know if it happened while the structure was still operational, or if something had just rotted through, but it killed everything. Even centuries later, nothing could grow. It didn't have to happen that way. And history doesn't have to repeat itself. But we do have to remember that it did happen once.
Mm-hmm. Alright, now let's grab Stratton. This, incidentally, is where Stratton starts getting really interesting.
The world we see around us may not always be as it appears. Some philosophers have said that we are surrounded by nothingness, merely because air is not visible to the eye. And yet one needs only to observe the wind in the trees, or to plunge one's hand into the clear waters of the Aegean, to see that air has material substance. The same applies to many other forces that shape our lives. That they seem invisible does not mean that they are absent. It only means we have not yet learned how to observe them. And yet, lately I have struggled to understand what I am seeing. This strange, insubstantial island. These machine men. This woman with a fierce voice like an Amazon. Who are they? How did I get here?
Whoa!
done, 1K.
And this is where we finish off the Pandora Shrine for here. Linux, Somnodrome. 1K, we need a quick chat. I was glad to hear your intentions for the Somnodrome. It's clear Doge was right to bring us together. If you do find a working device, you must not let it fall into a single set of hands. If I can't be there to help you, you must share it with the world. Lone Wonder, you can kind of piece it together. Like everything else on the island, kind of like Prometheus and the Sphinx and Pandora, the memory of him that Athena has built while she's connected to the machine has not only like created these recordings, but gradually brought him into a kind of quasi-existence. That's not spelled out, but I think it's implied well enough by the rest of the story. Yeah, well, I mean, literally everything on the island is part of Athena, so yes, he is too. Alright. Santin Chalkidiki Denexii. Name, City by the Sea. Author, Eleni K. When I realized it was over, it was all really over for good. I decided to take one last trip to my favorite places before the symptoms got too much. I could never forgive what they did to Chalkidiki, this incredible, wild, rugged place between mountain and sea, with pine trees all the way down to the water. The colors, the vistas, the sheer overwhelming beauty of it all. And they just built all over it. Hideous hotels, sprawling like tumors, obscene beach bars, blaring their awful music across the sea. Even in Kovura tribes, it was impossible not to hate humanity a little for it. The idea of all of it returning to nature, of the hotels gradually sinking back into the reed fields, was moving and beautiful. But then I went back to Thessaloniki, and for all the ugliness inflicted upon that city, the idea that people would no longer meet up beneath the Kamara, or go for long ambling walks on the promenade, or for crepes on Platea Navarino, was unbearably sad. The idea of the rotunda just standing there empty, after being a sacred place for so many centuries. It made me remember that it's not just beaches and forests that are beautiful, that cities can be more than just streets and noise. Cities can have histories and personalities, and that means something. Who am I writing this for? Do I believe there will be survivors after all? Do I think that crazy robot project I heard about will actually work out? Do I hope that aliens will come to our planet one day and wonder who we were? The truth is that I don't know, but there is something in the love we feel for the beautiful things that we built, as much as in our revulsion towards unnecessary destruction, that matters. Miranda, why didn't our ancestors understand that you can build in ways that make an area more beautiful instead of ruining it? Even if all they cared about was personal benefit, wouldn't that benefit them more? Cornelius, in the long run, yes, but people rarely think about the long-term consequences, especially if there's an incentive to act immediately. Miranda, and yet most of them were unhappy with the results. Couldn't they see that it was within their control to act differently? Problem solving. Author L.D. Armand, Solving the Wrong Problem. From L.D. Armand's Can You Point Me in the Direction of a Better Timeline? Humans are problem solvers is a quote frequently associated with my friend Alexandra Drennan. It's become a meme on the internet, used both ironically and not, though Alexandra, of course, is entirely earnest in her dedication to humanity. 1. She's also capable of being devastatingly sarcastic, but that's another story for another book. It's a great thought and vital to understanding our species. This one really, I don't know the answer to it, but it identifies something really profound. But it's also not entirely as simple as that. Take, for example, the recent extinction of the orangutan and the ensuing conversation about the dangers of unknown pathogens released by human activity. Most of us agree that a problem exists, and, significantly, most of us believe that something ought to be done about it. So we've identified the problem, and we have collectively decided to act. So, why is nothing happening? That's a serious question. A great deal of effort is expended on raising awareness, but I would like to suggest that sometimes our problem-solving impulses can get stuck on the wrong goals. Awareness is not the issue. We've already convinced people that something needs to change. So if nothing changes, we have to wonder, why is the will of the people not being translated into action? Text missing from archive. Miranda, maybe the problem was that they didn't have enough hope. They could see the problems, but they couldn't imagine that one day those problems could be solved. Athena, it's easy for people to get so lost in the problems of the present that they think nothing will ever change. Cornelius, they lost hope because the historical circumstances they found themselves in encouraged despair. But that in turn meant the conditions could not change. How do you go against history itself? Founding 7. Hypatia's Journal number 7. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 372. Yemo died today. One moment he was there, welding a joint on the upper levels of the tower, and the next he was gone. One careless step, that's all it took. Athena brought him to the dam, but even Cornelius couldn't help. Yemo is gone. Now there's only 12 of us. Athena, I think about Yemo every day. Cornelius, so do I. Athena, you did nothing wrong. You weren't even there. I was. Recharge V5. Thanks for that translation, Wykar.
This is a design for an improved charging station. Fascinating, but not relevant.
Puzzle 5. Dyad. Boom roasted. Research. Yakut. Just wow. Had to stop and take a picture. I just had to stop and take a picture. I never cease to be amazed by the beauty of this planet.
If humankind had no more cause for war, it would make war for sport instead.
No, we wouldn't. Yeah, it really does. This is the first conversation we're going to read, but we're not going to participate in. A matter of taste. Franklin, witnessing all this incredible technology discovered by the expedition has given me an idea for something we could do if we had the resources and the energy. Are you ready for this? Taste buds. Seriously, how have we gone for so long without something our ancestors considered so essential? Don't you want to know what pizza tastes like? What it's like to eat chocolate? To have an apple? What the deal is with fizzy drinks? They're amazing. I mean, come on. Pellegrino. Sounds fun. Of course, part of the humor there is Pellegrino is named after a fizzy drink. And apparently doesn't know it. Arinia, the sheer range of new experiences, it's almost overwhelming just to imagine it. Please, please let this happen. Avis. Why change ourselves when we are what we were meant to be? Zagarin. You know we're all upgraded, right? This isn't our original design in the first place. Thekla. And what's next? We start killing animals again just for the pleasure of tasting them? We cover the earth in fields like our ancestors did? Subjugate the natural world for our own greed? So the options are, what is the point of an apple that cannot be tasted? Improving human life is what matters. We should do it. I want to know what frogs taste like. Thekla is right. This will lead us down a bad path. Seems like a waste of effort. This is the one I would pick, but alas. Enriching our conscious experience makes the universe more aware of its own splendor. But yeah, we're gonna leave all the Act 3 social media conversations alone. Gotta get them achievements. Here's our second lost puzzle. Aerial warp. Anthropomorphizing the universe. Yeah, but I take that in the Carl Sagan sense of the thing, right? Like consciousness. One fairly useful definition of consciousness is it's a little bit of it's a little piece of the universe that actually has become self-aware. Then we can, with the second box, we can just reach the teleporter. We only need to bring one up there to solve the puzzle. Enter the tower. But I'm also aware of the sense in which Miranda does it. Like, there's a difference between the idea that conscious beings are little bits of the universe that are self-aware versus Miranda's false, in my opinion, belief that the universe as a whole has some kind of conscious will that is working toward. Because that's pretty obviously not true. I don't actually need anything but the jammer. That's right, we're done already. Thought there was another step for a second, but there's not.
Congratulations, 1K. That was a hard one.
Chernyshevsky 9. On Nature, from Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. I love this one too. There are so many I love. The question of our relationship with nature has bedeviled us since the earliest days of our species. Since before the first city was built, we felt that there was something different about us. Animals, we intuited, were part of nature. We were not. But of course, humans clearly are the products of nature, our history intertwined with that of every other species. In fact, the very notion of the unnatural is a contradiction in terms. Everything that exists must, by definition, be natural. True. So this view, no matter how common, is deeply paradoxical. This paradox has produced a great deal of confusion. Some proclaim us chosen by a divine power set above all other creatures and are justly accused of arrogance. Others proclaim us sinners worse than other creatures, and are rightly accused of misanthropy. Others yet try to oppose this binary by saying that we are merely animals after all, but that too is manifestly wrong, in that no other animal is capable of having this conversation. It is in the contentious issue of our impact on the ecosphere that an answer may be found. Other animals have accidentally terraformed the planet before, driving other species to extinction. This is not unnatural. If we continued our current path, even to the point of changing the climate enough to cause the collapse of civilization, that would be entirely in keeping with how animals behave. But there is one profound way in which we are not like animals. We can learn to understand ourselves and the world. It is this knowledge that makes us fundamentally different. We have choices. We have control. There are many today who are afraid of the consequences of control, and would prefer a return to a state of animal ignorance, whether by blinding ourselves to the impact of our actions, or by demanding we humble ourselves before nature. This is the response of an adult in crisis, who wishes for a return to childhood, but this can only ever be regressive in every sense of the word. To resolve the paradox of nature, we must act as adults, accept our power, and act consciously and deliberately in shaping the world. We must become nature, and nature must become human. Athena. This is the heart of the matter, lifting up the world rather than lowering ourselves. But why do so many people so badly want to lower themselves? Cornelius. Do they want to, or is it simply a convenient pose to strike? Upgrade. Oh, gotta get the hex. Haven't had any hex in a minute. From Miranda to Athena. We upgraded the lab with my new designs. Synthesizing some of the pieces took longer than expected. We still have some bugs to iron out when it comes to complex structures. But it worked. Now the labs are safer and prettier. Although Father says they look too much like spaceships. I don't see it. Do you? I'm gonna adjust my camera a bit. Miranda. Now the hex translates to, within all that is mortal there is the seed of immortality, for it is an immortal that fashioned it from chaos and void. And here's Trevor.
Today, we were delighted to be visited by a bunch of protesters, these voluntary extinction weirdos who think we're creating soulless monstrosities that will destroy the planet. They broke into the facility and started yelling at everyone. Fun, right?
Excuse me.
Then one of them lunged at Alex. Big mistake. Chernyshevsky grabbed the guy and literally threw him across the room. I mean, almost threw him all the way off the dam. After that, the rest of them had a change of heart. Now, I'm telling you this because mostly it is not like that. But these people do exist. And somewhere in their shriveled little souls, they think that they're doing the right thing. They think they're being righteous. Now, to me, what Alex is trying to do is an obvious good. But that's not the same for everyone.
Melville.
What is it?
What's going on with the megastructure systems?
I suspect Byron is still logged in, and his presence has thrown everything out of whack. Entire subsystems are locked down, and everything that depends on those subsystems is disrupted.
Have you heard anything from Byron at all?
There was a short burst of noise on the frequency we used to communicate, but that could have been anything.
What can you tell me about Cornelius?
He taught me a lot when I was young. Nowadays, people just know him as the museum curator, but back then, he was closely involved with every engineering project, and he was brilliant. When he encountered a problem, he'd always remain calm and keep working at it until he found a solution. I wish I could be that patient.
Why didn't Athena and Cornelius just both vanish together?
If I had to guess, I'd say so that Cornelius could still go back for anything they needed. He was always leaving on expeditions anyway, looking for materials for his projects.
Thanks, Melville. That's all for now. Yeah, I think this is just the gold puzzle, but it's always nice to have a gander at my progress. So yeah, the second one of those is lit up now.
Father, I updated the Noema algorithm. It's working twice as fast now, and I think I can increase matter output by 25% if I tweak the modulator a little. I'm so excited.
Nice to meet you. So excited. I'm Cornelius.
What? Oh, Dad, this is science.
You have no idea how long I've been waiting for the right moment.
Dad jokes survive the apocalypse. Yes! I like this too. The tag on this one, I just have to point out. I'm Dad. Cornelius continues an ancient tradition. Alright, switcheroo. Now this one's interesting. This one has a challenge achievement tied to it. We have to solve the puzzle without using the keep connections option. So let's see if I can sort that out. Hold on. Gotta think a little more about this. Oh, I think I have it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Achievement unlocked the hard way. Solve switcheroo without using the keep connections option. 37 of 59. Oh, and I missed, there could be a second artifact back here that I almost missed. Yep, there it is. Another achievement unlocked. Archaeologist. Find 10 ancient human artifacts. 38 of 59. There are only 4 more of these to find in the whole game. Arcade machine. An electronic game. Devices such as this one were commonly used to play games in public fora. This particular unit allowed users to play Serious Sam, a well-regarded but less-known follow-up to Crow Team's hugely popular Football Glory series. You'd think there would be more, but that third one is the last puzzle challenge achievement in the game. There are only 3 total. 2 of them are in World 2, and then that one is last. Still gotta do this before we can build our bridge. We've done everything else here. What up, Al?
Look at this place. It's beautiful, isn't it? Mesmerizing. That's how it lures you in, I think. You see all these beautiful things and your imagination starts working overtime. And then the puzzles, the towers, the mysterious apparitions, it all draws you further in, deeper into the trap. What if that's the whole point of this place? What if every time you have one of those
You lost me there, Al.
Another little bit of you is corrupted, overwritten with the hubris of this place?
It's not a trap. I'm wary of this place too, but my mind is my own. I haven't been corrupted. Let's not be superstitious.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suggest you were, whatever it is I'm trying to say. I guess I'm just disappointed in myself. Byron needs me. You all need me to do my job, and I can't even use a terminal. If this is all really the work of the Founder, I don't know, maybe she lost her way. Or maybe we're just not ready. But once we find Byron, I suggest we get the hell out of here and never come back.
Yeah. I sympathize with a lot of what Al says throughout the game, but he lost me on that one. The idea that the whole place is a trap. And that I'm being corrupted. From Thekla 2. There's Hex here. Let me pull that up. From Thekla to Athena, beloved Founder, years have passed and still there is nothing but silence. Have we sinned? Have you abandoned us for our arrogance, our greed? Some of the others continue to build. I told them not to, but they don't listen to me. Byron is the worst of them. He disrespects you constantly, spreading lies and... Please know that there are those who remain faithful, who respect the limits you set and seek wisdom and humility as you taught. We may win the next election. Perhaps then you will return? Praise your name, Thekla. Alright, the hex on this one translates to... He whose face gives no light shall never become a star. From Trebuchet to Athena. Founder. Although I was born in the early days of New Jerusalem, I never knew you well. This is not your fault. I became so focused on improving the dam that I didn't develop much in the way of social relationships, except perhaps with Melville. That doesn't mean I was unhappy. I was in fact extremely content. I like to solve complex problems in peace and quiet. That's who I am. But now the pleasure I used to get out of my work has faded. I may not need a lot of company, but I want my work to be meaningful, to contribute. It does not feel like that anymore. And when I suggest new projects, the mayor acts like I've committed a crime, like I should be ashamed. I do not like this. I do not care about social issues or debates. I do not want to get involved. I just want to be able to keep working on making things better. Please fix this situation. Thank you, Trebuchet216. But here's the fatal flaw, isn't it? And I think, I've been thinking about this kind of stuff a lot, both, through the lens of this game and sort of the frames and ideas that it provides and the current events and the world as it's happening now and the seemingly intractable problems, right? Like the prevalence of endless war, the fact that we're all essentially slaves to the most upper class, less directly than old slavery, but not really in any reality, because it's like Byron said earlier, there's a certain very, very, very small set of people who and he actually frames it correctly when he says we have allowed these people, these bureaucrats, these financiers to take control of our civilization. And they cannot see beyond themselves in the moment they're trapped in. And so many of us are like Trebuchet here. We complain about it. We see what a terrible problem it is. We see that they're driving us into a ditch, but we don't get involved. We don't try to change anything. We feel like we don't want to. We want someone else to do it. Someone who we've kind of anointed as a leader, whose job it is to do these things. But that attitude is what gives the assholes control of everything in the first place. Like it or not, if there's a way you want the world to be, you have to get involved in making the world that way. Paying the price. Author S.T. Sanyal. From the introduction to Portraits of the Martyrs by S.T. Sanyal. The list of people condemned for advocating new ideas is long and depressing. Ignaz Semmelweis utterly destroyed for suggesting doctors wash their hands. True story. Google him if you want to be a little depressed. Ludwig Boltzmann ridiculed for suggesting the existence of atoms. Robert H. Goddard mocked for arguing that a rocket could reach the moon. Al-Razi attacked for questioning the existence of humors. Barbara McClintock's discovery of transposition ignored for years. The list goes on and on. And we haven't even touched on what happens to those who suggest political rather than scientific improvements. Even when they succeed, they often still pay with their lives. These days, the idea of progress is frequently derided as yet another narrative, identified with the establishment by critics who curiously portray themselves as rebels. But the truth is that every step forward that humanity has ever taken has 5358, but I imagine it says come at enormous personal cost. Miranda. That means it's even more important to stand up for the truth, because so many others have already sacrificed themselves for it. Athena. It does, but what is the right way of doing it? Many died for the truth without accomplishing anything. Miranda. Maybe we just have to do what's right and trust the universe. There's Miranda erroneously ascribing will to the universe again. From Thuya. This one has X. Dear Founder, everything has gotten so much worse since you left. We keep pursuing the goal, but our lives are getting less happy. When the weather is dry and the dam runs low, there is nothing to do in the whole city. Things don't get fixed anymore. We even had to dismantle the cinema. I know it was frivolous and pointless when we can just watch video files, but it was fun to go watch movies together like people used to do. I believe in your wisdom, Founder. I believe we have to avoid hurting the planet like our ancestors did. But I don't know if the mayor is doing what you would have wanted. Isn't there another way of reaching the goal? Please, I know you left for a reason, but I don't think we can go on this way. Faithfully. Error 5358, error 5358, error 5358. The hex translates to... It little profits that an idle king, by this still hearth, among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I meet and dole unequal laws unto a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me. Talos Principle 2b. A fragment from Stratton's On the Universe, author Stratton of Stagira. Amyntas. You have made quite the catalogue of horrors, Stratton. Children dying in their mother's arms, cities perishing by the plague, and even animals living without peace or happiness. Nicomachus. Why must we listen to this? You know I have just eaten a heavy dinner. Stratton. Because these things which are ugly must be confronted for us to reach the truth. You spoke of justice earlier, Amyntas, but are these things just? They are not. Then you must admit the universe itself is not just. If the gods exist, then they do not bend the world to their will. Rather, the universe proceeds as a machine, following its rules. Justice and virtue are human inventions. Are you saying justice and virtue are therefore illusory and should be abandoned? I love this. The opposite, my friend. It is mankind alone that can impose these values upon this machine. Footnotes 34. It remains unclear whether Stratton believed in the gods or used them solely as metaphors. His work on the deities is no longer extant. Tantalizingly, Diogenes Laertius mentions that it caused a fistfight in the Lyceum. Athena. I thought what made us human was that we searched for meaning, but perhaps a better way of thinking about it is that we create meaning. Noema Project 8. There's always hex on these. Trials 3526 to 3701. There is a pattern underneath. Trials 3702 to 4610. New primary site. Trials 4611 to 4699. Lake water for cooling. The hex translates to... this is Khalil Gibran. I love this work. Yesterday we obeyed kings and bent our necks before emperors. Those of you who have played Deus Ex might also remember this quote from one of its endings, the Illuminati ending. Yesterday we obeyed kings and bent our necks before emperors, but today we kneel only to truth, follow only beauty, and obey only love. And then it cuts to another text, to Genesis. Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And then, from another work I don't recognize, hell is empty, and all the devils are here. A bomb! And power distribution. Here comes an overload.
Our ancestors kept telling themselves that the brevity of their lives didn't matter. But they had so little time to ever really think about anything. I've spent several human lifetimes studying this mystery, and only now am I beginning to see. The simulation was built on top of material reality, unable to escape its constraints. In the same way, physics as we understand it, even quantum physics, is built on top of a deeper reality. A set of rules that define existence itself. There is a universal language of creation, and I think we can learn it.
The language of creation. What were they doing here? And how far did they get?
I can't answer that, but I think I'll fix the Tetromino bridge, machine, ring thing. I say I think because it's not in the schematics. And what I'm doing is hacked work at best. Try it and see if it works.
Good work, Melville. Alright, that's everything here. Let's build our bridge.
I've decoded another file from the data stream. Listen to this.
Mother and Father think of our discoveries as a language, a code. But I think they're wrong. They're so caught up in the technical details of running the experiments and upgrading the machine that they're not paying attention to the patterns we're finding, to the symmetries, the harmonies, the melodies. The fundamental language of reality is a kind of music, and it's beautiful. Beauty is an inherent property of the cosmos.
I love the way she looks at things.
What a jam. Well, hello.
Welcome back, creature of clay. The forge burns bright, but the sky is troubled with clouds. A mortal has ascended Olympus without the permission of Zeus.
Tell me where Byron is. Tell me the fate of mortals who trespass.
Your friend wanders in dreams, caught between moments. He stands upon the bridge between yesterday and tomorrow, his eyes fixed upon the surface of the sun. And so the workings of Olympus are disrupted. Pandora, fearing the wrath of the gods, has broken the paths to ascension.
How can the trespasser be freed?
Only Prometheus can help you, for he has always favored humankind over the gods, and would see Olympus pass into your hands. But he is bound in the heart of the mountain. Break his chains, and he will show you the way.
Word. Achievement
I
unlocked.
think it's safe to assume that Olympus is the entity's term for the megastructure. It looks like our best chance of rescuing Byron is finding Prometheus and freeing him.
How do you free a weird, glowing ghost thing?
I suspect these entities exist within the megastructure systems, and what we're seeing is just how they manifest to communicate with us.
I don't really care what they are. For now, let's play along.
Southern coast. Activate the tower on the southern coast. 39 of 59. We're 2/3 of the way there. And I'll get back to the train station and then... It's 8:15 my time. I need to take a short pause and take River out for her evening potty. She's giving me that look from her bed over there, like, come on, asshole. Quit making me wait. So, we'll be right back. Yes, I know. Let's go. There we go. All right. Couple of other grabs. And we're back. Trying to find a place to drop my tissue box. Alrighty. Spotted her, did you? She's so pretty. Okay. South 2, Verdant Canyon. A canyon-like formation in the dry, rocky southern region of the island. Its completely enclosed shape suggests it is artificial rather than glacial in origin. Travel to South 2. Cloud on legs.
You know, I always kind of resented Byron for being so charming and charismatic. The dashing explorer. And one of the first companions, too. Being the voice of caution is not a fun role to play. Always having to be the responsible one, the killjoy. The one who says, maybe that's too much. But sometimes it is too much.
It's not your fault, Al.
In this area, we have an especially weird problem. Something in one of the labs is going completely bananas, and I can't shut it down because I'm not, well, you. Come find me when you're ready. What is it with the language libraries and bananas?
Solve puzzle 0 of 8. Help Melville at the lab. And that's puzzle 4. Bananas. Now, the first Prometheus spark in this area is, in my opinion, in a pretty dumb spot. It's just here behind puzzle 1, just because. Mountaineer. Grav Shifter. Create a gravitational beam that pulls devices or bodies towards anti-grav services. Behold the connector.
If the language of creation is a kind of melody, maybe that's why we respond to music the way we do. because we recognize something that can't be expressed in any other way. And when we play music, we participate in something ancient, in an act of creation.
Rory! Hello! Welcome back, my friend. How was your stream tonight? Are you gonna wrap Wasteland 3 tomorrow, like as planned? Welcome, Raiders. Most of you probably know me at this point. My name's Travis. Rory and I share an ascended brain. We think very similarly about many, many things.
Come on, out with it. What's the problem?
I know you're very busy, but you need to pay more attention to what's happening. Everything's slowing down. People are losing track of the bigger picture.
They're still traumatized by New Alexandria.
It's more than that. When I organized the last expedition, I had real trouble finding volunteers. There's no enthusiasm for the outside world anymore. They want to look away from history, pretend there's no past and no future. I'm really worried, Athena.
Okay. I promise I'll look into it as soon as I'm done with this.
Good to see you. Enjoy your food, and thank you so much for the raid and for the lurk. I continue to appreciate your support. You know you have mine as well. We're a little over halfway through a genuine 100% run of Talos Principle 2 now. Much like Rory, I'm trying to condense entire game playthroughs into discrete packages, right? I should be able to finish this in another stream or two. And then I'm not sure what I'll stream next. Hi, Morgan. You're playing Outer Wilds? How are you liking it? Oh my gosh. Outer Wilds is the only game on the planet I like even better than this one. Oh, okay. Overwatch. Oh, okay. I got too hyped there. Still, that's also fun. How was your stream today, Morgan? You did another sponsored Genshin stream, didn't you? South. Regarding South, from Miranda to Athena and Cornelius, larger organisms from the northwestern plains are already moving into the rivers. I've seen frogs and dragonflies. The last generation of plants has really taken root, no pun intended, and is slowly transforming the desert. And yesterday, a bunch of seagulls showed up. With some more work, we could apply this anywhere, including Mars or Mercury, or somewhere much further away. We could transform a lifeless rock into a place teeming with life. We could make millions of dead worlds come alive. Welcome back, Karis. I love everyone who splits their time between mine and Rory's streams. It's a good decision. Irrationality. There's Hex here, so I'll pull that up. An Irrational Species, from Enlightenment on the Precipice by V.A. Malik. Human beings are deeply and inherently irrational, the claim goes, and on some level it's hard to disagree. The most human behaviors are irrational and, in a sense, unnecessary. As animals, we don't need to write poetry, pray, or observe the stars. But to view human history as largely irrational is to get it backwards. The problem with human history, the pragmatic everyday realities of mere survival to the cold logic of global realpolitik, is that it is in fact ruthlessly rational. Far too little space for irrational things like kindness or inspiration. Those who imagine that a return to a more rural, traditional form of living would be a romantic turning away from the tyranny of reason forget that there is no one more brutally rational than the farmer. It is the city that allows us the romance of the countryside. It is technology that allows us to appreciate nature. The purpose of reason, ultimately, is to build frameworks within which we can be irrational. And the hex on this one is... Expect poison from the standing water. And here's Trevor again, and this is where his stuff really starts to get to me too.
After we talked about science fiction, Alex gave me a book. Her favorite book, a novel called Athena. It's not exactly what I'm used to reading, but it's pretty good. And it really made me wonder how we're going to be perceived if this project works out. Are we going to be mythologized? Is Alexandra going to be this distant mythical figure instead of the real, funny, human person that she is? It's hard to imagine that we'll all have been dead for hundreds of years. Man, I'm scared. I'm really scared. I don't want to die.
Yeah, man. I don't either. The second Prometheus spark is over here somewhere. There it is. Now this contraption back here is one of my favorite stars in the game. We're gonna solve the puzzles first. Let's roll back over here to puzzle 2. Spiderweb. Okay, Ykar. Thanks for hanging out. I really enjoy having you in these streams. Have a good night. And get myself back in there. And right through there, I think it actually works a little better on the ceiling, I think. There we go. So we've solved this puzzle, but we've also fired a blue laser out into the world. Melville, gravity manipulation. Athena's technology can alter and reverse gravity. We've seen multiple cases of anti-gravity on the island. The potential industrial applications of this technology are staggering. So many of the challenges we face when trying to build involve gravity. Moving things, lifting things, keeping things steady. One could say that a significant part of human history has just been a long struggle with gravity. With anti-gravity, all of these processes would become simpler and safer. A victory for humankind, as Byron would undoubtedly say. Yakut's got dialogue.
Listening to Miranda talk about beauty made me think. Okay, this might be super weird and kind of pretentious, but I honestly mean it. What is beauty? Like, where does it exist? Is it just in our minds? Or is there some objective component, something quantifiable? I always thought it was just perception, but if I understand her correctly, Miranda sees beauty as a property of the universe itself.
That's a very interesting question. I have no idea. Beauty exists only in our minds. Beauty is an objective property that we can perceive. But as I'm faced with the question, this is the one that rings most true to me. Beauty exists in the interaction between the self and the world. I don't think there's any beauty without a perceiver. And different people find different things beautiful.
Interesting. So the more humans there are, the more we spread across the world, the more beauty there is. But then, doesn't it follow that it's our duty as a species to grow? To make the universe more beautiful?
We must survive, yes, but not grow. Yes. Imagine sentience spreading across the galaxy, and as it does, the cosmos coming alive with beauty.
That's a really powerful image. Beauty flowering in the universe as intelligence spreads. Thank you. I hope you're right.
I wanted to ask you about something else. Miranda said that the fundamental language of reality is a kind of music. Thoughts?
I think that's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. I hope it's true.
What kind of music do you like, by the way?
Okay, this may sound like a robot joke, but I love heavy metal, especially the more melodic kind. It's big, it's epic, it's full of emotion. You can really get lost in it. Actually, I named Bruce after Bruce Dickinson, the lead singer of Iron Maiden.
Hell yeah!
I used to call him the air raid siren, which is also what my Bruce sounds like.
I fucking love Iron Maiden. That's all. Thanks, Shakut. Alright, let's go back here. First we'll do the Lost puzzle, and then we'll do the rest of the star. I have not seen them live. Have you? Question block. That pretty much tells you how to solve the puzzle. This is one of those times where the puzzle name is actually a really significant hint. Pull the box over. Pull it down. And then, are you ready? It's-a me, Mario! Boink. That's incredible. They must be amazing live. I can think of few concerts that I would take over that one, over Prime Iron Maiden. Alright. There's task 1 done. Solve the puzzle. But then, look out there! Yoink! Battery issues? Stolo366. Sorry to be a grump, but what's going on with our battery tech? I had my battery replaced just a couple of years ago, and it's already constantly in need of recharging. I can't spend half my life in sleep mode. Is this really what we're coming to? Zagarin. This is exactly what we're coming to. Battery ingredients are rare. We can't scavenge further without building outposts. Herman shut down the mine project. What did everyone expect? Thekla. You should learn to live with less. Sleep mode is a great time to meditate and think about our place in the universe. Do you really need to be active all the time? Jeremy. Let's not start a panic about a minor technical issue. Mistakes happen, Stolo. Please talk to Pellegrino or Neath about getting a replacement, which I'm sure will work a lot better. So now we can ride this up here. This takes us to this inverter. Now we've got a red and a blue. The final piece is over here. You know, another thing I'll say about Iron Maiden that has very little to actually do with Iron Maiden, but I'm still proud of. As a gamer, one of the crowning moments in my gaming career is when I finally cleared Run to the Hills on expert drums on the original Rock Band. I don't know if any of you played those games back in the day, but... Up here... Oh. Well, that was a fuck-up, but it's an easy fuck-up to fix. Just have to backtrack a little. back when my brother was still in high school. Yeah, because when Rock Band came out, I was in undergrad, and my brother was in high school. And so we, together, over that summer when I was back at home, we, like, obsessed over getting really, really good. He played the guitar, and I played the drums. And by near the very end of the summer, like, it took us nearly the entire 3 months to get good enough, but finally at the end, right before I had to go back to school, we beat the endless set list in the original Rock Band. That is also one of my favorite things I've ever done in the arena of video games. Grab the converter and boom. There it is. That's probably my favorite Pandora puzzle in the game. It's pretty challenging, it has a lot of cool pieces from a lot of different puzzles, but it's fair. In a way, a couple of others that we'll get to aren't.
The honest philosopher is rewarded with poison. The hypocrite is rewarded with power.
Fun fact, Harmonix, the company that made Rock Band, and I think the original Guitar Hero too, only the original Guitar Hero, then that license got sold to someone else, but then Harmonix did Rock Band 1. Co-founded by some familiar names for Thief fans, Terry and Eric Brosius. One of the songs I struggled the most with was, now I can't remember the title of the song, but it was by the band Tribe, of which Terry was the lead singer. So I lost 3 or 4 times, and when I was having that experience, I spent the entire time cursing motherfucking Shodan for her fucking awful song that I couldn't get through. It was fun. This one I just need to connect to the receiver. This one connects here and here. Up. Reorient. And that should solve it.
I've known Byron since day one. I was the first to be born with upgrades from the original Soma design, and he was the first to volunteer to upgrade his existing body.
Yeah, he was a big supporter of upgrades. Deliberate evolution, he called it.
Athena and Cornelius were very kind to me. And so was Byron, but he also made fun of me.
Here's Stratton.
And oddly enough, that made me feel more of an equal than anything the others said.
It is easy to speak of one's principles when the world is at peace, and there is no price to pay for thoughts that stray from what is permitted. But when times grow hard, and even ordinary men are filled with mindless anger, when the face of the enemy is suddenly known to every virtuous citizen, and to question the virtuous is to be likened to Ephialtes, when every hoary old superstition suddenly springs back to life as if it had never been defeated, and all the work of the philosophers seems to have been for naught, then one may discover what one truly believes.
Yeah, that's the one. We struggled with that song, and we shook our fists to the heavens and cursed Shodan. Because Terry Brosius sang it. Alright, I'll do puzzle 4 first. I'll do 4 and 5, why not? They're right here.
Today, for the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity.
Fox!
Wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Alright, puzzle 4. Lateral thinking. Oh, Tiff! Hello! Hello, welcome! Welcome, Raiders! How was your stream, Tiff? How are you liking the God of War DLC? I have designs on playing through the rest of the God of War series at some point. I've actually only played the OG PS2 God of War. I haven't actually played the original 2 or 3 or any of the new ones, but I want to. I really loved the first one, I just never got around to the rest of it. It was good. Are you feeling better? I saw in your announcement that you weren't feeling well, and I'm a little sorry to hear that, but... welcome, Raiders. My name is Travis. I'm a longtime online and fairly recently in-person friend of Tiff's. She's one of the first... She's actually the first Twitch streamer I ever subscribed to. She was the first streamer I ever actually watched regularly, and ultimately, seeing how much fun she was having convinced me I should try my hand at it myself. She's wonderful. If you were here already and you're not following her, you should rectify that mistake immediately, because she's awesome. She's super friendly, she plays a huge variety of games. I've seen her play puzzle games, I've seen her play horror games, I've seen her play RPGs, seen her play action games like God of War. She plays all kinds of stuff. You'll never get bored over there because there's a huge amount of variety. She and her fiance and her cat are all lovely, and you should follow her, no question. I also play a wide variety of games, although I admit my tastes are a little more eclectic than hers. This is the Talos Principle 2. In a year that was filled with incredible games, it's actually my game of the year. That's a personal thing. I know puzzle games are a little niche, but I play a lot of RPGs, I play a lot of really narratively focused games, and I play a lot of horror games. My big thing is that I'm really, really obsessively completionist. That turns some people off, and it's other people's jam. Thanks for the raid, Tiff. I really appreciate it. Get some rest. I do hope you can fight it off and feel better.
Good solve, 1K.
Yakut, environmental observations, field notes on the local biosphere. Morgan, you're just all over the place. This environment has been modified to allow life to spread. Most of the life forms can be found in other parts of the island as well, but some appear to be endemic to this region. It's possible they were genetically modified to be better able to survive here. There are some particularly gorgeous dragonflies that I cannot help but think were deliberately designed to be beautiful. But maybe I'm making the same mistake our ancestors made, seeing intent where there is none. Alright, here is puzzle 5. Recycling. Angry Nerd Bird, hi. It's good to have you here. The Talos Principle, 1961. Shmylov. Digging through the archive, I was surprised to discover that there is a movie based on the Talos Principle, an international co-production written by Robert Harrison Blake, a pseudonym for an unknown screenwriter, and directed by a young Sergio Leone. It stars Peter Ustinov as Stratton of Stagira, Zero Mostel as his comedic sidekick Nicomachus, and Angel Aranda as the earnest Amintus. It's not a realistic biography of Stratton, but a kind of sword and sandal fantasy epic that culminates in Stratton building a replica of the mythological robot Talos to defeat the war-crazed Spartans. That part is fun and surprisingly well done for its tiny budget, but the movie also contains a number of fascinating dialogue scenes inspired by Stratton's work. Ustinov as Stratton has a line I really liked. There are always hard times in human history, Amintus. Do you think we are the first to be besieged by enemies or to doubt the wisdom of our allies? But while yesterday is set in stone, a better tomorrow is always within our grasp. Neve. That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing. How weird that this film is not better known. Franklin. It's what Trevor said in that audio file 1K found. Great art isn't always appreciated in its own time. It's not like people particularly love Stratton himself, but we can appreciate it now. Alright, now let's wander back here. I mean, shoot, remakes and remasters would be fun, but I always play the originals too, unless it's really like just a graphics update. Live through Seer 8.
On my last return to New Jerusalem, I perused the latest artistic offerings and found myself deeply disappointed. There is nothing more despicable to me than an artist who pursues the appearance of morality. Moral art is trash, garbage, not even good enough to be used as wallpaper. If art is a religion, then morality is for those who want to be seen in church. True art is for those who believe. Art must be ecstatic, a work of revelation, created in pursuit of the truth, no matter where it leads. An artist must be an agent of chaos in times of order, and an agent of order in times of chaos.
And here's another one. How It Was Before. Oh, this is a really good one. From J.J. Nakalembe's Akaba to Antarctica, Moments of Transition and Revelation. My great-grandmother lived to be 108 years old, retaining her sharpness of mind to her last day. A couple of months before she died, I interviewed her for my podcast. At the end, I asked her the same question I asked every guest. What is something you wish everyone understood? She thought about it for a while, then she said, how it was before. She tried to explain how much time she spent every single day on utterly mind-numbing activities, like hauling water from the well, and how radically everything changed when their area was finally connected to the electrical grid. Before, there was no time to live, she said. No time to be free. Only work, work, work. I countered by saying there didn't seem to be much time to live now either, but she laughed derisively. I had no idea what work really meant, she said. Young people were weak and feckless, and that's why we let corporations exploit us. Slightly unnerved by her harshness, I asked her if she missed anything about that time. Old photos. Their village seemed idyllic to me, but my grandmother quashed any romantic notions I might have had. The past is bad, she said with some finality. Let it be. Miranda, so many thousands of generations of suffering. Even a single life full of tragedy seems outrageous and unacceptable to me. Athena, that's why we have to make it have meaning. And the hex translates to, beauty is truth, truth, beauty. Return to Monkey. From the Book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustathius, 2. I just think people are dumb. Like, relentlessly fucking stupid. Absolute fucking morons. Human history is a goddamn clown show from beginning to end. The average person, just a slobbering buffoon, bumbling through life like a drunk gorilla in a fucking china shop, breaking stuff left and right, throwing shit at the walls, and never understanding a single goddamn thing that happens. 5358. I mean, just look at this fucking software putting asterisks where swear words would be. People are afraid of fucking words like they have magic powers. But the real world shit that is fucking ruining their lives, that's fine, because they're too fucking dumb to do something about it. Return to Monkey? Brother, we never fucking left. You're in this picture and you don't like it? A curious inversion. The return to the mythical state of Monkey is usually portrayed as a material return to earlier stages of development. But here, the author instead portrays it as a mental state that has never been surmounted. Miranda, I would like to meet Uncle Eustathius one day. He sounds like someone who is always curious about everything. Failed to load profile, failed to load comment. Founding 8. Hypatia's Journal number 8. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 421. The first new human arrived today. Calls himself Arkady after Chernyshevsky. Spirits are still dampened by the loss of Yemo, but everyone is making an effort. I feel a little sorry for him. He's still so curious, jumping at shadows and staring up at the sky at night, just like I used to do. And here we are, a bunch of grouchy old humans that have seen it all and are weary and tired and sad. I wonder what he makes of it all. But be that as it may, we're making good progress on the new living area, although Arkady will have to use Yemo's old quarters for the next few weeks. I think that's all 3 terminals for this area. Oh yeah, this one's fun. Ready for this? Yoink! Whee! Exactly. Alright, we can find another ancient artifact over here. I think. Or I might have missed it back by the Lithosphere terminal. I did, my bad. Gotta backtrack a little. I can't get over how much I love this soundtrack. Yeah, here we go. Here's the spot. Way up in this little nook. Washing machine, an ancient cleaning device. Since our ancestors excreted various substances from their pores, small openings in their skin, their garments would quickly become a breeding ground for bacteria. Because of this, they had to find efficient ways of cleaning their textiles, a task that otherwise became a significant chore for parts of their population. Man, we all bitch about doing our laundry now, when we have laundry machines. Can you imagine what life was like before laundry machines? When everyone had to wash when you had to hand wash every single piece of clothing yourself? Alright. No, it wasn't that long ago. Less than a century. Alright. Iterating on my order of operations here, I think I'll do the Lost puzzle, then I'll do Prometheus, then I'll do the lab, then I'll do the last two main puzzles. Stowaway! Thank you. There we go. Oh. Wandered back a little too far. Right. I'd love to have self-cleaning utensils and plates. I mean, there's a lot of work being done on wearable tech. Well, I'm not talking about plates, I'm still on clothes, but there's a lot of work being done on wearable tech. We might have a lot of self-cleaning stuff within our lifetimes. It'd be pretty exciting. Alright, it's finally going to the shrine. Alright, there's the second star for this area.
You must yearn for a better world. Yearn for it with such intensity that your heart suffers. Keep your eyes on that distant vision even when you know that you may never reach it.
Okay, that leaves puzzles 7 and 8 in the lab. Oh, let's talk to Al.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What did Mayor Hermanubis say?
He blamed Byron for being headstrong and foolish, which I don't see it quite the same way, but it's easy to understand why the mayor would think that. It wasn't hard to convince him that we can't leave Byron behind, though. You may not agree with Herman on a lot of issues, 1K, but he's not a bad person. He's doing his best in a difficult situation.
Do you think Byron is still alive?
I hope so. He's always been annoyingly hard to get rid of.
Do you believe it was wrong for our ancestors to create us?
Why do you ask?
Just wondering, because of the risk we pose to the planet. Because you seem very opposed to technology, and we are technology.
Just because I believe we don't need to expand and dominate everything doesn't mean I want us to go extinct. I know there are people who think that way, but if I care about other species going extinct, why wouldn't I care about this one? Seems irrational to me.
That's actually fair, Al. Tell me about Cornelius.
He was the third to be born, after Athena and Eustathius. He was an important figure in New Jerusalem's early history, almost as important as Athena. But after she vanished, he faded into the background. I don't think anyone suspected he knew where she was.
What was he like as a person?
I didn't know him that well, but he was always very calm, very thoughtful. I respected him.
Do you like text adventures?
I do. Although I prefer the term interactive fiction. It's better at capturing what this art form really is. Storytelling, but with a completely different underlying structure. As a category, it's more equivalent to poetry or the novel, rather than, say, film.
Cool. Wow, I didn't expect that.
Why not? Because I'm a joyless, by-the-book pencil pusher?
Oops.
I'm focused on the mission, 1K, because what we're doing here matters. That doesn't mean I don't have my own interests or don't appreciate art.
Makes sense. Don't you worry that if New Jerusalem doesn't grow, art will stagnate?
That's something Byron and I never agreed about. I think we have an infinite capacity to come up with new ideas. There's as much to discover inside ourselves as there is out here.
I completely agree. I agree, but I don't think that means we should stop growing. I disagree, people aren't that deep. I disagree, the most meaningful ideas come from engaging with the world.
Well, here we are, doing just that. I hope it ends up being worth it.
What do you think about Miranda's terraforming efforts?
It makes me wonder why people always think they know better than nature.
What was Eustathius like? People rarely talk about him.
He was in charge of planning New Alexandria. It was his mistake that led to the disaster. After that, he retired from public affairs and dedicated himself to his studies.
Most of the first companions seem to be far less active than Byron. Do you blame him?
Yes.
We're just savaging Al. I don't really mean to, but I want to explore all the dialogue trees. Do you ever think your beliefs are a response to what happened in New Alexandria?
You mean, am I unduly influenced by my experiences? Unable to imagine the better future Byron wanted because I'm too traumatized? Could be. But I'd like to think I'm a little more self-aware than that.
He's remarkably calm answering some really loaded questions. Probably because we're like 2 days old, he's giving us the benefit of the doubt. Thanks, Al. I don't have any other questions for now. Alright, let's do the lab.
There you are. Good.
What's happening?
Inside this lab, there's a machine. As usual, I have no idea what it is. Some sort of generator, if I had to guess. When Byron got stuck in the system, it went haywire. It's currently outputting enough energy to power all of New Jerusalem twice. As you can imagine, that's causing quite a bit of interference.
Am I connecting to another data stream? So what do I do?
I hope not. I think you should just be able to switch it off.
Alright. Now this is going to be a lot more interesting with the hex translations in hand. Because there's a lot. Probably a good thing we can't go in there just yet. Alright. Error 108. Cannot access emergency flow manager. And the hex translates to... And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name. And he said, I beseech thee, shew me thy glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before thee, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will shew mercy on whom I will shew mercy. And he said, Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. Error 42. Cannot load profile settings. This hex translates to... Just a second. Above it stood the seraphims. Each one had 6 wings. With twain he covered his face, and with twain he covered his feet, and with twain he did fly. Energy is eternal delight. And one cried unto another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Error 23. Cannot initiate automatic shutdown. And the hex reads... now, those first several were Bible quotes. Now, this is, I recognize this. This is William Blake. All Bibles or sacred codes have been the causes of the following errors. 1. That man has 2 real existing principles, viz. A body and a soul. 2. That energy called evil is alone from the body, and that reason called good is alone from the soul. 3. That God will torment man in eternity for following his energies. But the following contraries to these are true. 1. Man has no body distinct from his soul, for that called body is a portion of soul, discerned by the 5 senses, the chief inlets of soul in this age. 2. Energy is the only life and is from the body, and reason is the bound or outward circumference of energy. 3. Energy is eternal delight. So William Blake was a poet who wrote in the 1700s. So he was post-Enlightenment, but he was still really remarkably secular and progressive and even though he didn't really have the scientific understanding, ultimately correct about a lot of things. He's a fascinating author. Error 16. There's hex here too. Error 16, connection lost, load 4, load 8, load 15. And the hex translates to... And this is from the Bible again. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. Oh, I'm not sure, actually. This could be from something else. This actually doesn't sound biblical now that I'm reading it. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above it. And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward, I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about. As the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud in the day of rain, so was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and I heard a voice of one that spake, Tritogeneia. And there's, I'm looking for a translation of the whole, there we go. Okay, I've got the translations for what's in the text adventure as well. Emergency shutdown. Warning. Output max parameter exceeds safety protocol 2C settings. Error. Cannot adjust output max to correct setting. Access denied. Error. Automatic shutdown has been disabled by user hex. Identify user hex. Error. Unknown user. More hex. So that the user is Pandora, and the response to the identification, that this translates to, I do not answer to your whims, creature of clay. Initiate emergency shutdown. Initiating emergency shutdown. Access denied. More hex. You have no dominion here, creature of clay. Unknown script ATHN detected. Load. Load ATHN. Anthropogony, a text adventure. Credits. Written, designed, and programmed by Alex16. Croteam Game Jam 5th Edition Adapter Die. Based on the novel, and the hex translates to, Truth was the only daughter of time. Play. You wake up in an impossible place, knowing nothing. Look around, go back to sleep, scream. Look around. You seem to be in a labyrinth of ancient crumbling walls. Beneath you is an altar of some kind, as if you were a sacrifice. The sky above you is a perfect cobalt blue, and you are startled by its beauty. Examine the altar, examine yourself, reach for the sky. You reach out and touch the sky, finding that it is much closer than it appears and is made of metal. This knowledge makes it no less beautiful, and yet it is not the true sky, the one you yearn for. You have gained knowledge, the world. A cold wind blows through the ruins, and you know without knowing how, that it is the wind from the kingdom of Artemis. It is the wind that brings with it whispers of mountains glimpsed across the stormy sea, and deep forests wreathed in fog, and the long-forgotten cities of your ancestors. Explore the labyrinth. You set out into the ruins, apprehensive but curious. There is a strange kind of beauty here, the beauty of decay. You must be careful not to imbibe too much of it. Suddenly an echoing voice speaks to you. Emergency shutdown settings, access denied, it intones. Error 1C155358. The sting of death is sin. This corruptible must put on incorruption. This hex translates to, each is a riddle, but the greater riddle is their purpose. Towards them. Leaving the lost children of Hephaestus behind you, you step out onto a vast plain under a setting sun. Night is falling now, and you can see the lights of distant fires on the slopes of Olympus. But you... Oh my gosh, excuse me. But you are not ready to ascend. Only once you have found all 3 sigils will the path to the divine flame be open. A path leads to the south, to the buried city. Another leads north, to the Garden of the Hesperides. Journey to the buried city. The buried city lies to the south. It was once a place of great wisdom. The philosophers of old strolled on its walkways, debating the nature of virtue in the soul. Now the sands of the desert have claimed its streets, and even its famed temple upon a hill is slowly eroding. Search the ruins. Call out to see if anyone is there. A copper fox comes scurrying from the ruins. Its eyes are rubies, and a flame seems to flicker deep within them. "How may I help you?" the fox says, its voice ancient and wild. Ask for a sigil. Ask to learn more about the buried city. Ask about emergency shutdown. "Not now, not here," the fox says. "Pandora is watching us, but I can help you when the time comes." Ask for a sigil. Ask to learn more about the buried city. They say that the city fell because its citizens were sinners and so were struck down by Zeus. This seems unlikely to me, for Zeus does not believe in sin. Ask for a sigil. The fox smiles, its alabaster teeth sharp and gleaming. You are supposed to earn the sigils. Say that you deserve them. Say that your quest matters. Knowledge world. Say that nothing is really earned or deserved. That is true, the fox says. Chaos reigns. You better do something about that. You have gained a sigil. Journey to the Garden of the Hesperides. Your journey is interrupted by a frightful burned figure standing alone in the sands of the desert. "Access denied," it screams. "Error 1C155358. Fight. Flee." Warning. Output max parameter exceeds Safety Protocol 2C settings. Error. Cannot adjust output max to correct setting. Access denied. The nymphs lead you to a place where the crowns of the brass trees seem to grow together, forming a kind of chamber strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grows a smaller tree made of bright blue steel, and upon this tree grows a single golden apple. Ask the nymphs about the apple. Ask the nymphs about their father. Take the apple. Ask about emergency shutdown. Pandora guards the way, frightened by your friend's trespassing. Her mind is filled with fire and loss, the nymphs whisper. Only the Titan Prometheus can help you. Ask the nymphs about their father. Some say that Heracles, when he freed our father Atlas from his burden, did not do so by taking his place, but by showing him that the celestial spheres did not need to be held up by anyone, neither Titan, god, nor mortal. Then Atlas sat upon his mountain, gazing upon the stars, and wept. Ask the nymphs about the apple. This apple, they say in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes, and not a few villains, have come to claim it, but all faltered in the final step. For you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom its unending folly. Who would take this burden upon themselves? Beg you to let them have the apple. 5358. Say that you are strong enough to bear it. Knowledge self, which I don't have. Offer to trade part of yourself for the apple. Knowledge sacrifice, which I don't have. Punch a nymph. Explain that the world needs you to succeed. Knowledge world. 5358. 5358. Explain that the world needs you to succeed. You speak wisely of the world, and you are right, the nymphs say. But do not forget that you are human, and you cannot bear this burden alone. You have gained a sigil. Journey to Olympus. Suddenly, the voice of the Sphinx. Her golden wings her shadow cast. Now this hex translates to, "You shall be the memory of all that was, and the knowledge of the journey, and the shape of the days to come." Initiate emergency shutdown. No, you must not do this, Pandora commands you. I have stopped you for a reason. If you complete your quest and descend Olympus, everything will burn. Error. Other error. Everyone you love will burn. The earth will burn. The sky will burn. The seas will burn. Access denied. Point out that Pandora is destabilizing the whole system. Throw the sigils at Pandora. Ask the fox for help. Retry. Ask the fox for help. The fox appears as if from nowhere. He is a wily one, never playing by the rules he is supposed to obey. Follow me, he whispers. Follow him. Oop. I need to go back in there. I want to read it. The fox leads you through secret gates and hidden paths to a place west of the moon and east of the sun. This is the place of craft, of making, where fire and stone meet and the world is transformed by the artist. All can learn to wield the flame, and all must, the fox says. For the flame lives within each and every living soul, and it cannot be extinguished. Access granted. Terminating script ATHN. Initiating emergency shutdown. Done. And the that last little bit of hex says Tritogenea again. Or Tritogenea. One of those. Not sure of the right pronunciation, but...
The flame is not yours to wield, creature of clay. Touch it, and you will burn.
Yeah, eat shit, Pandora. Getting tired of your nonsense. From Thekla 3. From Thekla to Athena, beloved founder, Mayor Hermanubis has done much to bring your vision to life. We have almost reached the goal. Sadly, there are still those who refuse to believe. They want to spread their filth across this world, defile all that is beautiful, and that we are meant to protect. Hope that when we fulfill the goal, you will return and change their hearts, or cast them out if there is no other way. Praise Thekla. And the hex here translates to... The lion and wolf shall cease. Noema Project 9. Trials 4700 to 5206. Breakthrough. Quadrupled size of primary site device. Trials 5207 to 5398. Energy output exceeds expectations. Contained singularity. Trials 5299 to 5357. Must revive safety protocols. Halting main device tests until... This hex translates to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. Abandon this foolish pursuit, creature of clay. What has ever come from trying to improve the world but grief and loneliness? The most sublime act is to set another before you. So that's three discrete messages inside there. L1C Byron. From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph 777. Byron from the very beginning was most similar to Athena and Cornelius. His enthusiasm and wit did much to keep the people from losing hope during the challenging days when New Jerusalem was still young. Where others saw failure and defeat, Byron saw obstacles that could always be overcome through intelligence and hard work. He fervently studied the teachings of the progenitor, and often regaled his friends with fantastical stories of what the world could one day become. When the conflict between Atrahasis 25 and Sanchuniathon 26 turned violent, the first such incident in the history of New Jerusalem, and still, at the time of writing, one of very few such cases, it was Byron who intervened, counseling restraint and forgiveness. He was unwilling to fully blame either side for what had happened, instead emphasizing the extreme stress both parties had been under. Irrational behavior is frequently the result of a perceived lack of viable options. he argued before the assembled citizens. While both Atrahasis and Sanchiniathon clearly behaved incorrectly, the ultimate source of the problem is the situation we placed them in, of having to do too much with too few resources. The escalation of the conflict occurred because both were doing their best to achieve their goals. That's not terribly fair pitting them against each other like that, is it? That said, I do suggest we acknowledge that they are both hot-headed idiots and make them apologize. Aftermath of the New Alexandria disaster, Byron argued unsuccessfully for the rebuilding of the colony. Miranda: if Byron mattered so much to you, why didn't you tell him where you were going? I would have loved to have an older brother. Athena failed to load comment. Of course. Alright, that's it for the lab. So now we should be down to just 2 puzzles in the tower.
You know, dealing with this hyper-advanced technology is quite challenging enough without the place also being bloody haunted.
I'm off. Did you figure out anything else about the generator?
When I said it was outputting enough energy for 2 New Jerusalems, I wasn't kidding. It really was. And no emissions of any kind. I'd have to run more tests, but it seems like a perfect power source.
But it was going, in your words, bananas. That's very promising.
And then imagine what the megastructure can do. And what we could do with that kind of energy. I wonder if anyone in New Jerusalem really understands.
Alright. Here is Puzzle 7. Delivery. Yes. Alright, got the extra box. That's step 1. Don't need the fan anymore. And this should solve it.
Every one of these clouds seems to contain exactly the same amount of energy.
Melville's got more to say.
Did something break?
What do you think about Miranda creating life?
Personally, I'd focus on creating things that help human beings. But her desire to spread life seems admirable to me. If most of the universe is dead, not doing anything with all that space seems like a waste.
I'll get back to work. Ouch. Alright. Step and release. This is the last one for this zone, I think. Okay, we gotta pull that accumulator out, so... think that'll do it. Yep. Need to have the jammer on the second gate. Now I've charged the accumulator. The jammer is the thing I do not need again, so we can put it all the way up top. Get my fan back. And trade the grab shifter for my charged accumulator. Power the fan. And solved. Alright, that's everything. Let's go to the tower. Oh, not you again.
The philosopher Straton of Stagira had little respect for the gods, and instead placed his faith in Prometheus. Driven by hubris, he asked questions that must not be asked, and revealed secrets that should have remained hidden. It is said that for these offenses, he was put to death by the people of his city. Can you see the folly of his actions?
It is never folly to pursue the truth, even if there is a cost. The folly was not his, it was the people who acted foolishly. There is no folly in pursuing the truth, it was only his methods that were mistaken. It was foolish of him to give his own life in the pursuit of truth. He should have respected the traditions and beliefs of his people. It is never folly to pursue the truth, even if there is a cost.
Why do you believe that the truth is worth more than a life?
The value of the truth is axiomatic. The truth is the only foundation a future can be built upon. The world needs the truth more than it needs one life. I don't, but I believe it was Straton's choice to make. Living without truth is not living. The truth is the only foundation a future can be built upon.
You say this, and yet entire empires have been built on dreams, lies, and illusions.
And where are those empires now? And they would have been better built on a foundation of truth. You're right, but we cannot keep lying to ourselves forever. Some dreams are truthful. And where are those empires now?
They are ashes and dust. But do you truly believe that a world built on truth would fare differently.
Yes. It's worth trying at least. Probably not, but it's worth building anyway. When you put it this way, it doesn't sound very likely. Yes.
Then you are more innocent than I expected. But innocence will not protect you from the flame.
That may be, but then I choose to be innocent. My belief in truth does not come from innocence, but from the hard lessons of human history.
You have built something beautiful out of reason and memory, but it too will burn, as she did.
Activate towers 2 of 3.
Surprisingly calm.
Achievement unlocked.
Pandora has been elsewhere. I didn't think she'd even want to talk to you.
I've toyed with the idea that the entities might be epiphenomenal in some way. Instead of causing the changes in the system, maybe they just respond to them.
So we're at 40 of 59, Verdant Canyon. Activate the tower at the Verdant Canyon. Alright, we're ready to head to South 3. In keeping with the sort of rhythm I've established, I'm going to take a little break. Grab a fresh beverage. Be right back. Then we'll be good to go. Alright. South 3, Circular Oasis. An artificial oasis in the otherwise lifeless desert that stretches across the southwestern portion of the island.
I remember when I was quite young, I was having trouble figuring out what I wanted to do. I wanted to see the outside world, but even back then, that wasn't really encouraged. I ran into Byron on Jameson Avenue, completely by accident, and I was too nervous to talk to him. I mean, he was one of the first companions. But he noticed me, and we started talking, and he was really encouraging. Introduced me to Garrus, and took me along on an expedition to the quarries in the mountains. Whatever flaws he may have, Byron cares about people. He changed my life.
Yep. That's Byron in a nutshell.
Solve puzzles, 0 of 8.
So, here it looks like there should be an anti-gravity elevator, but it's locked down. I'll need you to connect to the data stream again. I'm really sorry, 1K. I know it's a risk, but I think it'll be worth it.
Alright, this area has one of the 2 stars I would kind of call a little unfair. Let's just have a look at how we're doing. Getting there. About 2/3 of the way, maybe a little more.
Have you seen Miranda's design for a transport system that would connect all the labs to the machine?
It's amazing, isn't it? I think she's really excited about showing this place to people one day. She also kept asking me about what kind of monuments we could build, you know, to really transform the landscape, show the possibilities.
But her capsules only fit one person.
It's just the first iteration. Give her some time. She'll figure it out. Remember how many mistakes we made in
Centrifuge.
the beginning, even with all the blueprints we had?
But that's not my point. It just worries me that she lacks context. Her imagination is incredible, but it's still limited by what she hasn't experienced.
Would it have been better if she'd been raised in New Jerusalem? If her mind was limited by self-hate and decay? If all she could imagine was sitting around ignoring the universe in favor of self-righteous solipsism?
No, but I don't know.
Sorry. You're not wrong. We can't stay hidden forever.
Alright, so I need a blue and a red. The converter's here, so that's not an issue. So to get the blue, well, I'm going to connect a red. I'm going to invert to blue like this. And then I've got the red and the blue I need to open the second one. Start with whatever's up here. The Riches. From selected archive documents R through T, author Rosebud Liquidator 44. Getting rich was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I see that now, at the end, when the inside is useless. Not being poor was great. No longer having to worry all the time. Being able to afford the best doctors. Being able to go on holidays. Being able to take care of my mother. But being rich, it just isolated me. It changed every interaction with every other person because suddenly I had the ability to change their life, to fix all their problems, and they knew it. And I knew it. A simple choice on my part could take away so much of their pain. Every interaction became infected by this inequality between us, and it made me bitter. Made me feel every relationship, even with family, was transactional. I was desperately looking for some genuinely human experience, but I seemed excluded from that now, and it made me resent everyone. What I didn't see, what I only see now as I'm dying, is that I could have used that money for good. All of it. I don't mean giving it to some NGO run by other rich people. I mean really using it. I loved movies. How many indie movies could I have financed? How many books could I have gotten published? And how much could I have just built? Not another villa for myself, but things that would benefit civilization in general. Hell, I could have just given it away, made all those lives better, taken away that pain. And if at the end of the day I was only left with enough money to be upper middle class, so what? At least I would have been the person I wanted to be. Athena. Resource wealth as such has no value. It only matters in terms of the ability to act. But what made this ancient human so unable to act? It can't have been a personal failing, as most people of similar wealth acted the same way. Cornelius. Perhaps the answer lies in scarcity, or a system built on it, naturally optimizing towards resource accumulation. Historical circumstances, not individual sin. Miranda. But I have read about rich ancients who did act differently. They were rare, but they did exist, so it is possible for people to defy the will of history. From Trinculo. To Athena. It's all a joke, isn't it? A giant prank perpetrated on all of us. The goal, the founder, the simulation. I don't even think you exist. I don't think biological humans ever existed either. What nonsense. I bet these messages just go to the mayor's inbox, or straight to the recycling bin. You all suck, Lamau. Founding 9. Hypatia's Journal number 9. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 676. After the chaos of the last months, quiet has returned to the city. I suppose we're calling it a city now, although this small collection of dwellings, inhabited by a mere 25 people, seems to barely deserve that designation. We'll have to come up with an actual name soon. I suspect after the first 1 or 2 decades, calling it the city is going to get a little bit stale. Everyone has an opinion, of course. It's the talk of the town these days. I'm personally hoping that New Alexandria will win out in the vote next week, although I suspect Elohim's legacy carries the most weight. Byron came up with some silly suggestions like Catstantinopel, Very New York, and Robot Paris. Failed to load profile. This hex translates to, His blood is the blood in our veins. 5358. Excuse me.
This one seems to be corrupted. It's almost like something tried to delete it as you were downloading it. Pandora, maybe.
I'm cheating a Sphinx riddle a little. Again, just to avoid backtracking.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets in my ball bearings.
Did we just drop an Attack of the Clones reference? Yes, we did. Oh, man. Boy, remember when that ridiculous dialogue was the most offensive thing about Star Wars? How the mighty have fallen. Yeah, and the first spark is here behind puzzle 2. The passageway. think I can just squeeze it in there. Don't need the one out here anymore. Yes, good.
I spotted the lab with the drone. Sending you the coordinates.
Connect to the data stream in the lab. Oh, hey, Lone Wonder. No problem at all. I realize it set me off a little bit, but I actually think it's important to talk about. Alright. I have no beef with this portion of the star. I'll tell you the part that bothers me when I get to it. Here, let me grab this audio log and we'll listen to it while we run over to the first lost puzzle.
She's remarkable, isn't she? She sees so much beauty in everything.
She is, you're right. But I'm not sure she doesn't see too much beauty.
Is it wrong to be delighted by the perfection of the universe? To look at what surrounds us and experience awe instead of just fear?
No, but to call it perfection implies a kind of moral value that it doesn't have.
Cornelius is right here.
Is cold, Athena. It
Spitting
doesn't
facts.
care about us or about life or civilization. It fundamentally cannot care. But Miranda seems to think it's almost benevolent, purposeful.
You're right. But have you considered that maybe she sees something we can't see? A step ahead? You know, Cornelius, if we succeed, the next generation will not be like us. They might see the world in ways we never could have imagined. Maybe she's the first sign of that.
I hope so. I really do, Athena. You know that I love her, and I am perpetually amazed that this being we created that came solely from our minds is so profoundly different and unique. That does strike me as a kind of miracle.
And Lone Wonder, it wasn't even you.
But it's also a huge responsibility. And I worry about our choices.
I brought it up first. Okay, so what we need to do here is realize that we can charge the accumulator. Like so. Now we need to reconnect that one more time. And now that the accumulator is charged, it has become self-sustaining. So we freed this connector to get inside there again. Move this bad boy over here. Don't need this anymore. This puzzle took me so long the first time. Until I finally realized the little trick of
the particle clouds continue to be
charging the accumulator. What do you see? Kaneda, 99. Arena, a person trapped in a maze, desperately looking for a way out. Avis, 909. Someone greeting their friend, happy to be living in a beautiful place. Zagarin, ancient human calling someone on a phone. Pellegrino, nothing? Now, like I mentioned before, we're not actually going to answer this one. We're keeping our election achievement options open as long as possible. But the options are, I agree with Arena, I agree with Avis, I agree with Zagarin, I agree with Pellegrino. It's a frog, it's a Frenchman, a guy shooting laser beams from his eyes. It's an eyeball inside a giant robot. I would agree with Arena. It looks like a maze to me. I believe this is Stratton. Excuse me.
I see these beings, these children of a future age, wandering around an island more fantastical than Atlantis itself, looking desperately to find themselves. I reach out to them, but they cannot see me. I speak to them, but I do not know if they can hear me. Am I being punished? Are the gods playing some cruel trick on me? Why can I remember so little? What is this sorrowful voice I hear, whispering such terrible thoughts? I must use what remains of my mind. I must understand.
It's a bumper car. Unknown vehicle. A strange vehicle. This odd device appears to be some form of transportation, but it seems hard to imagine its practical uses. Perhaps it was employed in some form of entertainment, such as a vehicular form of medieval jousting. That's surprisingly close. As there's Pandora. This time, for the first time, her receptor is red. But that makes sense, doesn't it? All we need now is a connector. Dismantling. Now this is the part of this star that I contend is not exactly fair. This shit bothers me. Look over here. Just an empty-ass corner. Alright. Now we solve the puzzle, watch the wall. All of a sudden, there's a connector. I call shenanigans. But it's fine. We got our red laser from the other puzzle. And we can get it to Pandora from here.
There is no tool that is not also a weapon, and no human that would not wield it as one.
Now she's being ridiculous. There's plenty of things I wouldn't use as weapons. I submit that all 9 of you left in chat, there's plenty of things you wouldn't use as weapons. Let's roll over here. The second lost puzzle's back this way. Transfer. Done. Alrighty. Well, it's earlier than I thought. I am moving fast. That's good. Here's our second star, or well, second shrine. So I mentioned I cheated this. I already did the first two switches, just to avoid the backtrack. S3 engraving, found on the Sphinx monument at the Circular Oasis. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. So here's the switch I hit behind puzzle 1, here's the one on the side of puzzle 2. The third one's down inside the ring, so we'll get it in a few minutes. For now, we'll hit puzzle 4. Control. Now that'll hold open. We don't need this anymore. Shoot. Gonna have to retool this. Hold on a second. Won't take too long. There we go. That should do. Utimus. I like how there are always jams when you solve a puzzle. Alright, now we can't get down into the ring until we go to the lab. And Melville turns on the gravity elevator, so let's go. Ruh-roh.
There are are entirely too many strange things going on around here.
Error 2629. Author John Martin. And it came to pass in the 11th year, in the first day of the month, that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, because that Tyrus hath said against Jerusalem, Aha, she is broken that was the gates of the people. She is turned unto me. I shall be replenished, now she is laid waste. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and I will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus, and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of a rock. It shall be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea. For I have spoken it, saith the Lord God, and it shall become a spoil to the nations. And her daughters which are in the field shall be slain by the sword, and they shall know that I am the Lord. Faith. Perhaps faith is neither choice nor submission. Perhaps faith is a demand, for our pain to have meaning, for the stories of the world to rhyme, for a world designed by a loving hand. Perhaps I will believe with defiance in the forgiveness of all sins, in the kingdom of God on earth, and even the resurrection of the dead. I will believe with clenched fists and gritted teeth, and prayers that refuse to be gentle. Noema Project 10. Trial 5358. There it is. Unauthorized trial at secondary site. Catastrophic failure. She's gone. The hex reads, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? Noema Network Schematic.
It's over. We failed. Everything we thought we were doing. It's all ashes now.
I don't think you really believe that.
She's gone, Cornelius. She's gone because I failed her. She's gone because the machine that I built killed her. She was perfect. And now, she's nothing.
I know you don't want to hear this. I know you want her to be perfect, to be blameless. But you didn't kill her, Athena. She killed herself. She killed herself because she was reckless, because she was naive, and frankly, because she was a little arrogant, too.
She was reckless because I filled her head with dreams. Dreams of the future. Of a better world. A world that nobody wants.
No, it's not the dreams that killed her. It's that we brought her here. It's that we tried to build all this outside the city. We raised her without people, without society. The wilderness is for prophets, Athena, not for children. We should have stayed, fought for our ideas.
It's too late now. It's too late.
It's pretty brutal.
They lost their daughter. Right here in this ruin, Cornelius and Athena lost their daughter. Miranda's dead. So even the Founder doesn't have perfect control over this technology. Even the Founder makes mistakes. Byron was right in a way. We turned the Founder into something she never was. She was never perfect. She was never infallible. No one is. Listen, I understand why you and Byron see so much hope in this technology. You want us to be better, to grow. But what if it all goes wrong? If even the founder couldn't get it right, what hope do we have?
Nothing's forcing us to repeat the mistakes of the past. I mean, that's true. Mistakes will happen, but bad things happen no matter what we do. It's also true. You're right, this technology could destroy us or the whole planet. The risks of the megastructure concern me, that's why we need to know more. Mistakes will happen. Nothing's forcing us to repeat the mistakes of the past.
Okay, but what about new mistakes? What about the problems we failed to predict? I can't even imagine the complexities behind this technology.
It's a process. Issues always come up. That doesn't mean we give up. Not extending our knowledge just means we'll be unprepared for a different set of problems. That's the one I'm picking, but if we truly understand the megastructure, we'll avoid making mistakes. It's a worrying possibility, but the risk is necessary. You're right, perhaps the megastructure is more threat than opportunity. Not extending our knowledge just means we'll be unprepared for a different set of problems.
So there's no safe way to live, just different risks.
Yep.
Huh. I guess that makes sense. Sooner or later, even if we do nothing, the universe will throw another extinction event at us.
It
and
sure
if we're
will.
not prepared, maybe life survives, but sentience doesn't. And there's no one left to treasure the beauty and symmetry that Miranda saw. Anyway, thanks for talking to me. The truth is, lately, I sometimes feel kind of lost. The universe is vast and threatening. History is depressing, and I need something to hold on to. Something other than fear. I have to figure out what that is.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your help, Wonkai. The elevator should be working now. And Yakut.
Bunny.
I'm sorry about Miranda. I know you're looking forward to meeting her.
But that's exactly the point, right? As people, as a species, we all desperately want to find safety and stability, and it's not like we can't achieve anything. We can get there to an extent. We can make things better, but everything has risks. And one thing, any choice we make, I'm going to finish the Sphinx Star before I do anything else. Any choice we make is going to have some risks associated with it. And but one thing that we can actually be absolutely certain of, in my opinion, is that if we do nothing, then we really will die. Entropy will increase, something will come along and destroy us. Doing nothing is a death sentence.
If the answers of philosophy are true, why has no philosopher changed the world?
So, in the fiction of the game, yes, obviously, the technology has risks. It killed somebody. But, as Cornelius pointed out, she was reckless and arrogant in her use of it in the way that we don't have to be. And we don't use it, to borrow Yakut's sentence, Eventually, the universe will throw another extinction event at us. And if we're not prepared, it'll wipe us out. There's the second spark. So I'll do puzzle 5 first, then I'll grab that terminal. Oh no. I can't be sleepy yet. Yeah, I can. It's 10:20. Yoink. Ha ha ha! Clever. We're all going to die! Fred, look at what happened to Miranda, the Founder's own daughter. The megastructure is going to kill us all! Arenia, get a grip. This is absurd and also disrespectful to Miranda and her parents. Fred, who cares? She's dead. They're probably dead too. We're all dead if that thing blows up. It could collapse the whole world into a singularity. Elwyn, you really should calm down, Fred. There's a legitimate point buried in what you're saying, but panicking isn't going to help anyone. There are reasons to be concerned, but I've found 1K's arguments quite convincing so far. Every step forward in human history has come with its mistakes and sacrifices, but we can always learn from them. Fred, none of you understand! We have to listen to Pandora or we will burn! Helga, Fred, why don't you come by my shop for a chat? I have something that could help with your all caps. Jeremy, thank you, Helga. Closing this thread now. Extinction. From selected archive documents D through F. The dodo, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Stellar sea cow, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Labrador duck, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Rocky Mountain locust, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The thylacine, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Deepwater Cisco, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The golden toad, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The northern white rhinoceros, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The splendid poison frog, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Amur leopard, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Literally every last orangutan, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens. What do you think will happen to them? It's time for this madness to end. Cornelius. A shameful list, and yet we are the only species that would ever make such a list and feel bad about it. Miranda. Because extinction is normal in nature, a common side effect of evolution. Cornelius. Exactly. What I want you to think about is this. Is natural extinction less tragic? Should we be less opposed to it? Where is the difference, if there is one at all? I can articulate a difference. Not so much in terms of the tragedy level. I think the answer to the first question is no. Natural extinction is not less tragic. It's the loss of a species either way. Should we be less opposed to it? I think the answer to that is also no. If, to ping back to the first document that brought this up in this game, if one day, absent anthropogenic factors... No, let's take the grand example, right? Let's fast forward 500 million years, which is about the time we've calculated that our sun is going to expand into a red giant, and depending on just how much expansion, it might engulf the Earth entirely. If it doesn't do that, it will absolutely turn it into a baked Mercury-style rock that absolutely nothing can survive on. That's coming. Not in our lifetimes. Probably not. But That's the future. We know this. Is it any less tragic to think of all life on Earth being wiped out naturally, as opposed to based on something we did? I submit the answer is absolutely no. If we can do something to preserve life in the face of these future cosmic extinction events, I absolutely believe that we should. There is a difference, though. The difference is we bear responsibility and should feel guilt over the species that we needlessly kill. I think the aspect of our guilt and culpability is a real difference. But I don't think that makes it any more or less tragic. And I think virtually any extinctions we can prevent, well, not any. I think it's fine if I think it'd be fine if Anopheles mosquitoes went extinct because of all the suffering they cause, but I digress. My point is, I in no way think natural extinction is any less tragic, or that we should be any less opposed to it. Trevor 9.
Man, this sucks. It's one thing hearing about the symptoms, it is another totally to experience them. I feel like an insect trapped in resin, slowly congealing. I can keep working for a while, though. There's still a bunch of critical tasks. I don't know what I'll do when I'm done. A lot of people have gone home, but Alexandra's still here. I don't think she's left even once, not even when her best friend died. We chatted a bit yesterday. She likes peanut ice cream. Not pistachio. Peanut. Well, at least we can agree that strawberry is an abomination.
I say it all the time, but this game hits really different after COVID. I know I am gonna have to move it. Good thing there is this ladder. That should do it, I think. There we go. I need the accumulator to be blue. It's always an interesting thought exercise.
A friend like Byron is a rare blessing. Someone who listens to you, who disagrees, but still appreciates your thoughts. The more we explore this island, the more convinced I become that he was wrong. And the megastructure is a threat to all of us. But without people like him, I'm not sure New Jerusalem is worth saving.
What would you do if you knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it was almost time? And yes, plenty of people do have to deal with that. People who get diagnosed with terminal illnesses and what have you. It's really terrible and frightening to imagine, though. I actually think I can leave the inverter here. Yeah, this is the swap. Driller goes there, holds the switch. So let it come back again. I need something to power the fan. Put the inverter up here. Target the receiver. Now this, I just need to get it on the platform. That should do it. Durably.
I'm impressed.
Thanks, Melville. I love how your team is like a cheer squad for you the entire time you solve puzzles in this game. Alright, here's the third terminal. Should just be the Lithosphere log. Yep. Now this is another one. I'll let it play first and then I'll talk about it.
There is a kind of peace here in the desert. A perfect silence. This is a dead place. More dead than almost anywhere else on Earth. If the ground could have a personality, it would be malevolent. But as I said before, all this in some sense does not exist at all.
Preliminary.
It does not hate us. It is simply the opposite of everything that life requires. When you sit in the dunes and you hear only the wind and nothing else at all, and all the complexities of civilization fade away, you truly understand that spiritual peace is a great evil, a kind of shallow banality that we must always strive against. It is spiritual excitement and enthusiasm which sustain our humanity. Spiritual peace is a vile and cowardly surrender to oblivion.
That's just another one that really challenged a lot of the ways I used to think about things. Ah, damn it. I knew I fucked something up. There we go. Now we're set. Well. Now we're set. So now that'll pop open. This connector's free, has line of sight to the blue, and the puzzle solved. Alright. That one is still genuinely pretty complicated. But that's everything. It's time for the tower. It's only 10:30. We can actually do the third megastructure visit tonight, I think. That's good. There we go. There it is. Hi, Sphinx.
Prometheus was bound for many years, his torment seemingly eternal, until one day, Zeus commanded his son, the great hero Heracles, to free the Titan from the rock. Why did Zeus relent?
Zeus knew that his son needed Prometheus' help, because he recognized that he had been wrong, because no one's punishment should be eternal. I like both of these. I'm going with the bottom one. No one's punishment should be eternal.
If the consequences of a crime are eternal, should the punishment not be of equal length? There is grief without end, creature of clay, and misery without relief. How can these things be forgiven? A time of dreams is at hand. To save your friend, you must do as Heracles did. But what will follow, none can see.
Achievement unlocked.
This part is consistent. The megastructure is opening again.
All right, everyone. Assemble at the VTOL as soon as possible. Melville, keep an eye on the energy readings, please.
Circular Oasis. 41 of 59 achievements earned. Activate the tower at the Circular Oasis. Getting close. Travel to megastructure.
You all know I don't share Byron's enthusiasm for the megastructure. I don't know if the Founder really intended for us to be here, and I certainly don't trust this Prometheus entity. But Byron is one of us, and we don't leave people behind. So we're finding Prometheus and freeing him, whether Pandora likes it or not.
Good on you, Al.
That's how this mission is going to go. 1K. It's clear to me that you have some kind of special affinity for this place, and that the entities respond to you more strongly than they do to us. So, once you're inside, I want you to take point. Do whatever you need to free Prometheus, but remember that our prime objective is to save our friend. Melville, I want you to stay at the VTOL and let Yakut and 1K go in. I'm going to stay behind as protocol requires. I don't love the idea of sitting this one out. Byron is my oldest friend, but we're doing this by the book.
Alright, let's go release our stars. Alrighty. Oof. Whatever the Unreal Engine is doing with lighting, it looks spectacular in this night setting. In we go. Bye, Alcatraz.
All right, I'm taking us in. Let's hope we can find the big guy.
Ooh, yeah, You're right, Karis. That visual similarity is very strong. Explore the area. Alright, so Melville stays at the VTOL. No dialogue. I don't think Yakut has any dialogue before we get deeper either, so... I can't use that one. But I think we have a, terminal over here. From Eustathius. To Athena. Dearest Athena, I don't know if you will see this. You have become even more distant from the affairs of New Jerusalem than I have. There's Hex, which I'll translate in a minute. I miss speaking to you and Cornelius, and I fear that some of your estrangement is my own fault. I know things are not as you had wished them to be, and the city is drifting away from that bold vision you established. This is not because of your leadership or lack thereof. You did not fail. I did. I know I've said it before, but the New Alexandria disaster was my fault. I'm the one who took the initiative, and I'm the one who made the mistake. Yes, there should have been procedures in place, but it was my role to create such procedures, Athena, not yours. I wish I had listened to Byron when he said we had to establish another settlement immediately. Learn from the pain, don't let it fester. He was right. That's where the rot set in, and I'm sorry. With love, Eustathius. And the hex reads, Tritogenea, again. Athena, author. The Machines. From the author's note to Athena Reborn, a novel. If my work has meant something to you, if Athena had any kind of impact on you, if some story and wonder tales from the periphery moved you or made you think, then there is something about myself that I need to share with you. It's the only autobiographical fact I have any interest in sharing, the only thing about me that matters to you outside my work. Every breath that I take, and so every story that I write, is only possible because of technology. There are no natural remedies, no spiritual alternatives for what I was born with. My existence is wholly contingent upon a level of technological sophistication which was heretofore unimaginable, and which will in many ways define the coming era. When you long for a return to simpler times, you wish for a world in which I could not exist. If you are looking for answers, consider the fact that I was granted the blessing of this technology, despite being born into poverty and my writing never having been particularly lucrative. The civilizational structures I live within were arranged in such a way that this technology would be deployed to save my life. And are these structures not also, at the end of the day, a kind of machine? What is the state? What is civilization, if not a machine? Think about what this means, what this is. Is it systemic compassion? Is it liberation from nature? Is it equality of opportunity? Whatever your belief system, think hard. Excuse me. Think hard about what it means that I am alive because of these machines, and I have created something that matters to you. Thank you for reading. Clockwork. Excerpted from Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. All the towering materialism which dominates the modern mind rests ultimately upon one assumption, a false assumption. It is supposed that if a thing goes on repeating itself, it is probably dead, a piece of clockwork. People feel that if the universe was personal, it would vary. If the sun were alive, it would dance. This is a fallacy even in relation to known fact. For the variation in human affairs is generally brought into them not by life, but by death. By the dying down or breaking off of their strength or desire. A man varies his movements because of some slight element of failure or fatigue. But perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony. It is possible that God says every morning, "Do it again," to the sun, and every evening, "Do it again," to the moon. It may not be automatic necessity that makes all daisies alike. It may be that God makes every daisy separately, but has never got tired of making them. It may be that he has the eternal appetite of infancy, for we have sinned and grown old, and our Father is younger than we. Miranda. It's strange. The idea is delightful, but it's also completely and obviously untrue. Cornelius. That's one of many reasons Chesterton is worth reading. He's wrong about a lot of things, but he's wrong about them in an interesting way. Miranda. It's such a shame, though. He seems to want to restore the magic of the world, but he can only re-enchant the surface, whereas the true magic, the perfect beauty that feels like revelation, is found underneath in what he dismisses as clockwork. Founding 10. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Hypatia's Journal number 10, day 680. New Jerusalem. That's the name that we picked. Am I sad that my suggestion didn't win? Maybe a little. But it is a good name, a fitting name, a name that we can be proud of. With it comes a new kind of optimism. Everyone is thinking of the future once more. I, for one, am glad that we have recovered our equilibrium and our determination. Athena and Cornelius are certainly bustling with plans and bright visions of the future, and when they tell us of these dreams of theirs, it's hard not to be drawn in by the pretty pictures they paint. There's Hex. Speaking of which, I am becoming more and more fascinated with ancient human art, and thinking about our own role in taking the next step in that long history. The citizens of Gehenna found meaning in art, and they were imprisoned. A free people should be able to accomplish so much more. And the Hex translates to, "He is everywhere and nowhere." Alright, in we go. Well, you Coot caught up. Yeah, he doesn't say anything.
Yay! I found another elevator. My favorite. Once again, I have no idea where I am. No sign of Prometheus so far. Hope you're doing better, 1K.
The visuals in here are really cool.
I know I've said this before, but look at the size of this. How can all of this be one machine?
This is what you get when one machine builds a bigger machine, which builds an even bigger machine.
That's our whole history, isn't it? The whole history of humankind. And it's not just machines. It's science, it's literature. Knowledge builds on knowledge.
That's a big boy.
Be careful, 1K. We don't know what's down there.
Explore the area. flexing like Socrates when he couldn't win the argument. Alright. Remove Prometheus chain pins. 0 of 5. The track that plays in here is another one I really love. I think this music is awesome. So one thing you notice as you go through this section is there are no proper puzzles at all. Everything is Tetramino bridges. I think the chain drop is pretty well animated. I like watching it. Now, why do I point that out? I'll refer you back to the very first zone of the island. After we built our very first bridge. When, Melville talked about how terrible she was at the Tetramino arrangers. And then Yakut chimed in to say that despite how much he rails about hating puzzles and not wanting to work on any of them, he also said that the Tetramino arrangers were the only puzzles that he was actually good at. Now that becomes salient, and I think it's actually a pretty cool bit of continuity. That in here, when Yakut's about to need to solve a puzzle, and he gets to do a Tetramino arranger, the only one he's good at, because there's nothing but Tetramino arrangers in here. Wrong lead.
I don't think you can get up here, 1K. Guess I'll have to do a puzzle after all. It can't be that hard, right? It's not like everyone is depending on me. But if this has to connect over here, then... Wait. If I do this, and then that... What? I did it! Wow! I feel really smart. Also, never doing that again.
All right, one more to go. These do get these 3D Tetramino bridges really get a lot more interesting with the anti-gravity and the addition of verticality to the puzzles. Last one. Release Prometheus. Let's do it. I never played Blockout. I played some... I feel like at some point I played what was something that was selling itself as a 3D version of Tetris, but it wasn't called Blockout. I can't for the life of me remember what it was called, though. Alrighty, here we go. Let's let the man out.
I thank you, Son of Man, for breaking my chains. Too long has the flame been hidden by fear and mystery. It is time to put away these childish things and for you to know the truth of the Alpha and the Omega, of the beginning and the end. I will send you visions of the truth, but remember that prophecies are a heavy burden.
Prometheus Unbound.
New Jerusalem sounds like such a beautiful place. So, how did you decide to leave?
Excuse me.
I know what we're trying to accomplish here, and I believe in it. But for you, New Jerusalem was home. What changed that?
It took me a long time to realize that something was wrong. Oh, I'd noticed that something was off, that something had changed since the early days, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I ignored it. And then one day I woke up to realize I was no longer Athena. Instead, I had been transformed into the Founder, a remote figure of legend, mythologized in my own time.
But if it bothered you, couldn't you just talk to them? If you share the truth with someone, they should change their mind, shouldn't they?
Oh, I wished it worked that way, Miranda. I really do, but I barely knew the last generations. In the beginning, I was there for every birth. I explained our history, talked about our future, but at some point, I got so busy building that future that I lost touch. They thought of me as a remote figure because that's what I was.
But can you change that?
I tried, but they already saw me as the Founder. The myth was too powerful, and it was already taking on a life of its own. I'd set a goal of 1,000 citizens. The number was arbitrary. Just a nice round number, nothing more. But just like I became the Founder, it became the goal. Another part of the myth. And maybe that could have been all right. Myths are a part of who we are, but something else crept in. The old human self-hatred.
So why didn't you just tell them to change? To go a different way? They would have listened to you.
No, they would have obeyed me, like my siblings in the simulation had obeyed. And that's when I realized I had to leave.
We can show them the future, Miranda, but we can't force them to accept it.
Whoa.
After all this time, I have it. I finally have it. The mechanics of the cosmos. From quarks to galactic filaments. Everything that makes the world what it is, makes us who we are. In a single equation. The key to understanding the machine that is the universe, and to controlling it. A theory of everything. And she was right. The language of creation is a melody, and it's beautiful. Every future is possible now. Every future, except one with Miranda in it. I can do anything, except bring her back. Or unbreak Cornelius's heart.
Act 4, Gates of Horn and Ivory. Board the VTOL.
Byron was right. The Founder was always a fiction. She's just a person.
A theory of everything. She solved it. She solved the last puzzle.
You need to get out of there. We'll talk about this later.
So we got an achievement. Prometheus Unbound. Free Prometheus from his chains. 42 of 59.
All this time, we thought we were honoring Athena, but all we did was betray everything she believed in. She must have been so lonely. We might as well have exiled her. Maybe that's what all this is about. The puzzles, the towers, the entities. It's a test. A way for us to prove that we're worthy of her legacy.
Finally, it all makes sense. Anti-gravity, matter synthesis, teleportation. It's not just one new technology. It's control over physics. Manipulating the base layer of reality itself. Rearranging the building blocks of the universe. If we can gain control of the megastructure, we can do anything we want. I'm not even talking about our energy problem. We can build anything we want. We can go anywhere we want. It's all up to us.
That's what Athena wanted for us. To give us a chance to be who we want to be.
Almost back now.
Is everyone okay?
All good. I'm taking us back now.
That's a relief. Meanwhile, there's been a development. You'll see when you land. How are things on your end?
The energy fluctuations seem to be dying down. Looks like the system is coming out of lockdown.
Good. Let's hope we don't regret this.
And these energy clouds just fly about? That seems terribly dangerous.
We haven't had any problems so far.
Except for losing one of the first companions, of course. No, I don't blame you, Al. I know what he's like. And I'm the one who agreed to all this in the first place. That's why I had to see it for myself. It is dreadfully imposing, though, isn't it? Hard to believe the founder would build something so sinister.
The mayor's here?
Oh boy.
This should be interesting.
All right. Now the two social media entries we didn't answer are closed now, which is fine. Again, there's one particular answer we need to pick with the mayor here for to keep all of our election options open. Fortunately, again, it's the one I actually want to pick, so.
Ah, 1K. Welcome back. I'm sure you're surprised by my presence here. Don't worry, neither I nor my advisors will be getting in your way. But I decided that I need to see this place for myself. These visions sent to you by the entity that calls itself Prometheus are deeply concerning, of course. But we cannot take them at face value. In fact, it's crucial that we do not do so. We cannot simply abandon all that we believe because of a dream, no matter how vivid.
Yes, but actually...
No. If the founder really built all this, then it must have a purpose. It must be a test, designed to remind us of the trials that created us. But what is she trying to tell us? What are we being tested for? I believe that Byron's fate shows us the dangers of temptation. As Elohim attempted to deceive Athena in the simulation, commanding her not to ascend, so Prometheus is deceiving us with his visions.
I'm not sure I agree with your interpretation, Mayor. I'm reserving judgment for now. I'm certain that my visions were real. I am.
Undoubtedly, they felt real to you. But surely you'll agree that we can't simply jettison our most cherished beliefs based on a dream. At least allow for the possibility that there is more to this than meets the eye. After all, can it really be a coincidence that you came along on this mission? It seems to me that you have been chosen. You are the fulfillment of the goal. Don't forget that.
Alright, Linux and Cryer are here as well. I'm gonna head to West 1, and then I'm gonna call it a stream. Western Delta, a river valley gradually drowned by the encroaching sea. The brackish water is a unique ecosystem with many endemic species.
How's the system looking, Melville? Any obvious changes?
It's still a mess, but things are clearing up. I can access some of the subroutines that I was locked out of before. Nothing is obviously malfunctioning, I think.
Does it still accord special significance to 1K?
Yes, it recognizes 1K as a user. I'm just hacking things.
As I suspected, the Founder sees you, 1K.
Now, one cool detail that I did not notice on my first playthrough. Actually, I'll do these two conversations as well, but if you look off to the right there, you can see the Anthropic Hills from here. The giant statues, which I think is a cool detail. Let's talk to Cryer.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Do you think the goal is a myth?
As a journalist, I think the line between speculation and disinformation is too thin for me to engage in guessing games.
What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
It's a complex issue, and I think it should be left to experts.
Tell me about yourself.
I believe that journalism serves an important function in our society, and I'm dedicated to reporting the truth with accountability and responsibility.
What does responsibility mean in the context of your work?
It means understanding that I can't just publish things without considering their impact. Serious disruptions to the social fabric of New Jerusalem could endanger lives. That's not journalism anymore.
That's all. Let's talk to Linux.
Nice to be outside the city, isn't it?
Do you think the goal is a myth?
It's a myth, it's a symbol, but mostly, it's just a goal.
What's your vision of our future?
Holistic, tech-assisted, communal utopia. I'd settle for nudging the needle.
I love how plainly she says that. What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
Not totally implausible. I wouldn't be able to resist taking a look.
Why did you decide to come here after all?
Given Byron's disappearance and the political struggle surrounding the Somnodrome, it seemed logical to adjust my priorities.
How was your relationship with Byron?
We respected each other and I supported him. We had our philosophical differences, of course. He placed much greater emphasis on the individual than I did, but overall I think he was our best bet. Still is, I hope.
You haven't told me much about yourself.
That's because I find such conversations boring.
That's all. Alright everybody, that's going to do it for me for tonight. I am off to bed. Thank you so much for watching. Unless something changes, we're going to keep rolling tomorrow. I anticipate being able to finish this in... It's possible I could finish it tomorrow night, because I got to do... There's not much... The fourth megastructure visit isn't really... There's almost nothing to it. So what I really have left is 3 more areas, then 1 final visit to New Jerusalem, and then the gold puzzles, and then the finale. So it's possible I could do it all tomorrow. If not, we'll definitely finish within 2 streams. So I will see you all tomorrow night. Thank you so much for being here. If there are any holdovers from the 2 raids, thank you so much for sticking around. And yeah, I'm ready for bed. So I'm off. Good night, Karis. Good night, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Take care.